House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 20th, 2021. I hereby appoint the Honorable Diana DeGette to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Loving and eternal God, call us to rejoice in you always. Draw near to us this day that our hearts would be inclined toward patience. And in your presence, may the gentleness that comes from our relationship with you be evident in us. Draw near to us this day that we would not be anxious about anything, not things past, not things present, nor the future before us. But in your presence, may we approach every situation in prayer and petition and with thanksgiving. Draw near to us as we present our requests to you and grant us your peace, which transcends all understanding. In your presence, may your peace guard our hearts and minds. Draw near to us so that we can only think about what is true, what is noble, what is right, what is pure, what is lovely, what is admirable. When we are in your presence, may we see that all these things are of you, excellent and praiseworthy. Draw near to us as we proceed in our affairs, and in your presence, may we put into practice all that we have learned or received or heard in faith. God of peace, be with us, and may we find joy in your nearness. To you, our God and Creator, be glory forever and ever. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Deeb. The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches from each side of the purposes. The gentlelady from Texas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to emphasize the importance of the Earned Income Tax Credit and the child tax credits for my constituents in my district. Because of the severe winter storms earlier this year, Texans can still file their tax returns until June 15th. I repeat, until June 15th. Single filers who make $75,000 or less annually and heads of household who earn $112,500 annually could benefit from the full Earned Income Tax Credit and child tax credits if they file their taxes on time. In my district alone, President Biden's new 1-year expansion of the child tax credit will lift 213,500 children out of poverty. That means that 95% of the children in my district would benefit. Because of this, I'm urging all my constituents to file their taxes even if they don't normally do so. Working families and children need these dollars now more than ever. I'm glad that the improved and expanded child tax credit will be arriving soon to help families in my district and in Texas. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, motorsports are one of America's favorite pastimes and play an important role in our economy. Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District is home to the Selinsgrove Speedway, Clinton County Motor Speedway, Port Royal Speedway, Beaver Springs Dragway, and thousands of racing fans, myself included. Some of my best memories are at the raceway, enjoying sights and sounds with our community and family. That is why I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of the Recognizing the Protection of Motorsports Act, or the RPM Act. Automotive fans have long altered stock vehicles for competitive racing, a practice that is as old as the sport itself. In 2016, the Environmental Protection Agency issued a proposed rule that would make modifying stock vehicles for racing illegal. The RPM Act would ensure that this doesn't happen, permanently protecting this practice. The racing industry has a rich history, and I believe it should be protected from burdensome regulatory barriers. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, the violence that is unfolding in
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
I would like to give a one-minute speech on the situation taking place in the Middle East.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized
Thank
for
you
1
very
minute.
much. Madam Speaker, the violence that is unfolding in Palestine and Israel is tragic and urgent. I rise today to voice my strong support for a swift ceasefire. I've heard directly from my constituents in New York's 16th District. Parents with children living in both Israel and Palestine have written in, and their fear for children's safety is palpable. Their voices are with me today and have made this situation personal. This is the worst escalation of violence in the region in years. I have continually called for President Biden to step in and rapidly broker a ceasefire to de-escalate the situation, end the occupation, and finally find peace. To that end, I will introduce a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire and diplomatic efforts to resume in earnest, which is a resolution Senator Sanders has led in the Senate. We have to do more. We must do more. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to deliver a clear message. The United States must stand shoulder to shoulder with the state of Israel. The choice for politicians in this chamber should be simple. On one side, you have Hamas, a terrorist organization. They fired thousands of rockets at civilians in Israel. Their founding charter even calls for Israel's destruction. On the other side, you have Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East. They're our only friend and ally, or they are our longtime friend and ally, and they're a force for stability in the region. The de-escalation in this conflict should begin and end with Hamas. They must stop their terrorist attacks on Israeli citizens immediately. And until they do, Israel has every right to defend themselves, and the United States of America should have their back. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor my constituent and friend, Denise Burstein. Denise passed away on May 13th due to complications related to ALS. She was a loving wife, mother, grandmother, and community leader. She was a woman of diverse passions and talent, an avid knitter, quilter, radio operator, and I recently learned a black belt in karate. She devoted her life to helping others, working as a school speech and language therapist, and continuing to help children even after her retirement. She was first to volunteer, whether it was as a local committee person with the Boy Scouts, coaching, training therapy dogs, or after her diagnosis, helping spread awareness of ALS. To know Denise is to know her husband, Frank. They are two parts of a single smile, wonderful hosts whose brunches are the place to be for friendship, politics, and delicious food. I join Denise's family, friends, and our wider community in mourning the loss of an incredible woman. I am better for having known her. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to remember and honor Hank Huckabee, who passed away on April 14th at the age of 79. Hank was a lifelong public servant who served the state of Georgia in numerous capacities for more than 50 years. He held a number of top roles in Georgia government and education, including Chancellor of Georgia's public colleges and universities, Executive Director of the Georgia Housing and Finance Authority, Director of the Office of Planning and Budget, and in the Georgia House of Representatives. Put simply, Hank was devoted to serving the people of Georgia. His public service extended out of the workplace, volunteering his time and leadership in various civic and religious organizations throughout his life. Madam Speaker, Hank Huckabee was a graduate of Young Harris College, and I had the honor and privilege of serving with him on the Board of Trustees of Young Harris College. He loved Young Harris College, and Young Harris College loved him. Hank was a strong leader, a source of strength, and a true friend to all who knew him. He will be greatly missed. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and all who knew him during this most difficult time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the bipartisan National Commission to investigate the January 6th siege on the Capitol. I was in this chamber that day. I took cover in the gallery as police barred the door and drew their guns. I escaped with my colleagues to watch from a secure location the last vestiges of the attack play out. I was proud to return to this chamber that night to complete our constitutional duty. The events that transpired on January 6th on these grounds was not just an attack on the building and the people who work here, it was an effort to undermine our democracy and steal an election. The immediate threat to the Capitol was repelled, but the threat to our democracy remains. Every American who believes our Constitution is the bedrock of our nation should demand this commission. Demand that we understand what conditions led up to and enabled January 6th insurrection, and to ensure that nothing like it happens again. It's now up to the Senate to pass the bill for the good of our country. If not, the House must be prepared to proceed on its own. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to speak on behalf of a great American and constituent of mine, Rich O'Brien. Rich's story is one that inspires hope. He's the operations manager for PGA Hope Charleston. PGA Hope stands for Helping Our Patriots Everywhere and is the PGA's flagship program to do military outreach. As one of the leaders of the golf therapy movement, he's a testament to hope. 12 and a half years ago, he was on his deathbed, paralyzed from the neck down after a catastrophic injury where he broke his back, his neck, and had 4 skull fracture injuries and brain damage in every lobe. Rich died 3 times at the scene of an accident before EMT was able to revive him and eventually place him into an induced coma. He was lucky, though, and eventually regained feeling in his fingers and toes and learned to walk and talk again. He was able to use golf therapy to rehabilitate his injuries. Following his own recovery, he started helping others to use golf therapy and became an advocate for others with disabilities. As Charleston welcomes the PGA Championship this weekend, Rich deserves applause and praise for his charity and willingness to help other veterans like him through golf therapy. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the last few days, well more than 3,000 rockets have been fired into Israel by Hamas. This comes as no surprise given that the Hamas charter, written in 1988, includes 36 articles, all explicitly dedicated to the destruction of Israel. As a sovereign nation, Israel has every right to defend its borders, communities, and citizens. The Biden administration has prioritized a nuclear deal with Iran instead of making a full commitment to continue our robust support for our most important ally in the Middle East, Israel. Iran is the leading state sponsor of terrorism, and Iran's Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, tweeted that Palestinians must stand strong and confront the enemy shortly before Tel Aviv was targeted by rocket fire. Madam Speaker, many Democrats will not condemn the ceaseless attacks against the Israeli people. Republicans are committed to ensuring that the United States fully upholds its commitments to Israel and continues to support the programs which have saved thousands of lives from destruction by Iran, Hamas, and other terrorist groups. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 409, I call up the bill H.R. 3237, making emergency supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, and for other purposes, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3237, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 409, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member, minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, and the gentlelady from Washington State, Ms. Herrera Butler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Emergency Security Supplemental to respond to January 6th. Like many of us in the Capitol community, I am still shaken by the violence and terror of that day and the tragedies in its aftermath. The death of Officer Brian Sicknick, the Good Friday attack that killed Officer Billy Evans, and the emotional trauma that has led to the deaths of Officer Howie Liebengood and Metropolitan Police Department Officer Jeffrey Smith by suicide. Congress owes it to every single person who works in or visits the United States Capitol to provide funding to recover, rebuild, and keep all who serve in the legislative branch safe, healthy, and secure. The Appropriations Committee has acted very carefully to construct this package. We conducted a bipartisan briefing in January, discussed the issue at 12 subcommittee hearings, and closely reviewed the recommendations of the Task Force 16 Capitol Security Review, led by Lieutenant General Russell Honoré, and comprised of senior retired law enforcement officials and military leaders. We have also heard from inspectors general and consulted security experts in and out of government. This bill is narrowly tailored to respond to January 6th and to protect the Capitol going forward. It contains $1.9 billion in emergency funding to reimburse the National Guard and the District of Columbia for their response, provide the Capitol Police with overtime pay, retention bonuses, equipment replacement, and wellness and trauma support, and ensure the Department of Justice can prosecute every person who attacked law enforcement and ransacked this building. It provides bonuses and help to custodial staff, and it renames the Capitol Police Wellness Center in the memory of Officer Howie Liebengood. As recommended by the Capitol Security Review, the legislation protects the Capitol by providing resources to harden windows and doors, construct security screening vestibules, install new cameras, provide specialized training, riot control equipment, and body cameras for the Capitol Police. To augment the Capitol Police, the legislation establishes and funds a dedicated quick reaction force of National Guard personnel, another recommendation of the Capitol Security Review. This legislation also bolsters security for members of Congress with dedicated funding for enhanced security and threat assessments, coordinated member travel security, and upgrades to security in district offices. It has, most importantly, won the endorsement of the Capitol Police to meet its evolving mission. And Lieutenant General Honoré urged Congress to pass this funding. We all sit in this chamber, and we lived with the violent assault on our democracy and our lives. We must act now to fulfill our obligations and also our oath of office. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Granger, shall now control the time, and the gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 3237, a bill to provide funding for Capitol security and other purposes. Unfortunately, after several weeks of discussion, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have chosen the path of partisanship instead of working together. I want to explain how we ended up in this situation. In January, the Speaker of the House directed a retired Lieutenant General and his team to review security needs on the House side of the Capitol following the events of January 6th. This review was directed without even consulting House Republicans or the Senate. Even though the review by General Honore began as a partisan effort, members of the Appropriations Committee hoped things could get back on track and we could negotiate a funding agreement that could be supported by both parties in both chambers. That's why it is so disappointing that we are now left with the bill before us. This is a one-sided solution that does not even have buy-in from Democrats in the Senate. The bill we are considering today implements permanent recommendations before ongoing security assessments are complete. It creates a multi-million-dollar fund for future expenses at the Capitol prior to knowing what is really needed, and delays much-needed reimbursements for agencies that have protected the Capitol since January the 6th, such as the National Guard and the Capitol Police. It also provides $200 million to establish a force within the D.C. National Guard to respond to incidents at the Capitol, raising serious concern about the role of our military and American soil. Some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have also raised concerns about using the National Guard in this way. The chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, Senator Leahy, has said that it is important for the Capitol to remain open and accessible to the public and not feel like a militarized zone. I agree with him. Matters of such importance like this should be handled in the proper way, marked up in the appropriations and authorizing committees so that members' positions can be fully considered. And at the very least, amendments to this bill should have been allowed on the House floor today. Unfortunately, members of both sides of the aisle have been shut out. Madam Speaker, the events of January 6 were tragic and exposed serious security vulnerabilities around the Capitol complex, as well as an inability to properly respond and act when intelligence is provided. Congress must prevent anything like this from ever happening again, but the bill before us today is not the solution. There's no reason why we can't continue discussing in good faith and reach a bipartisan compromise. For this reason, I must urge my colleagues to vote no on this package. I hope we can get back to the negotiating table soon. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Homeland Security, Congresswoman Roybal Allard.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I would like to speak briefly to the Department of Homeland Security's portion of the supplemental, which includes $6.8 million. The direct role of the Department of Homeland Security on January 6 was limited to the protection of Vice President Pence and Vice President-elect Harris. The Secret Service, like almost every other federal agency, was insufficiently aware of open source information that made it clear the severity of the security threat on that day, and it failed to take seriously the threat information it was aware of. Through discussions with the Secret Service, we identified $6.8 million in funding requirements to address security deficiencies that were exposed on January 6th, generally related to the protection of the White House complex and open source intelligence collection and analysis. The total includes $2 million to reimburse the Secret Service for temporary anti-scale fencing used to expand the White House security perimeter beyond the permanent White House fence earlier this year. And it included temporary fencing around Blair House while Vice President Harris resided there during needed repairs to the official vice presidential residence. This fencing was required by the heightened security posture associated with the presidential transition. These costs were unanticipated because the Secret Service is unable to budget for a presidential transition following a sitting president's first term in office. The fiscal year 2021 funding bill for the Department of Homeland Security provided $43 million above the request to help cover some of the presidential transition costs. But the Secret Service has had to absorb other costs totaling more than $35 million. So this is a very modest but much needed reimbursement. The total also includes $3.2 million for less lethal equipment, civil disturbance unit training, and vehicles, and the establishment of a new civil disturbance unit class to help the Secret Service improve its ability to appropriately respond to civil unrest. Finally, the total includes $1.6 million to enhance the Secret Service's open source intelligence analysis capability. This is intended to help fill the gaps that led to a failure to identify the January 6 insurrectionists as a serious threat based on open source information available prior to that date. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Texas.
I yield to the gentlewoman from Washington, the ranking member of the Legislative Branch Subcommittee, Ms. Herrera Butler, for 1 minute.
For what period of time? For what
1 minute,
period?
sorry, 1
For
minute.
1 minute. Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to H.R. 3237, an emergency supplemental to respond to the events of January 6th. There's broad, bipartisan, bicameral agreement that a security supplemental is necessary. I believe that. The committee was actively negotiating towards legislation that could have come to the floor in that spirit. However, the majority jumped to the gate early, which leaves us with nearly $2 billion bill with too many unresolved issues. Agencies across 6 subcommittees need to be reimbursed for the events that occurred in responding to the Capitol on January 6th. We agree. Repairs have to be done. Support for the Capitol Police must be provided. But we do not need to make premature decisions before the ongoing security assessments are complete to commit funding that goes well beyond the scope of January 6th or authorize programs without any debate. The assessment that was done by General Honore only looked at the House side of the Capitol. That's part of the challenge, as we're funding something that is incomplete. We would be better served by holding this until the architect...
Gentlelady's time's
1 minute.
Gentlelady yields an additional minute.
We would be better served by holding this until the architect of the Capitol completes their comprehensive assessment and of both sides of the Capitol complex and the entire grounds before allocating significant sums of money. This amounts to the kind of slush fund creation that heightens Americans' distrust of Congress. And we certainly do not need to militarize the Capitol to keep our members and our staff safe. We can do better. The unilateral move by the majority will only delay much-needed reimbursements for the agencies that protect the Capitol. We need to reignite the bipartisan discussions, and we need to do it soon. I strongly urge a no vote, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
From Connecticut.
I respectfully say to the gentlelady from Washington State that the situation we face is dire. The Capitol Police do not have the equipment they need to secure the Capitol, and other security vulnerabilities have not been resolved. Also, the Capitol Police Force is reeling as January 6th, the deaths in officers Liebengood and Evans, overtime and other issues continue to take a toll on officers' mental health. We cannot wait until the report of a commission. With that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the Legislative Branch Subcommittee, Congressman Ryan.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady. Madam Speaker, let me just say we had a vote here yesterday to create a commission, a bipartisan commission, to go through all of these initiatives in a bipartisan way, and it was rejected by the vast majority of those on the other side. We are trying to do this in a bipartisan way. It's what the American people want. It's what the American people deserve. And this bill here is largely based on the recommendations from General Honore, who went to great lengths with 4 or 5 or 6 other generals to analyze what happened on January 6th and provide us with recommendations. And the time is now. We have to act. We hear about the rank and file police officers here that are 12-hour shifts, 16-hour shifts, don't have the equipment that they need, securing of the Capitol, the trauma that happened here. And none of us are going to forget those events. But this is a narrowly tailored bill to provide long overdue support. Here we are working ourselves into the end of May. This is to support for direct costs incurred by the attack on the Capitol and to restore the faith that members of Congress can safely carry out our constitutional duties. It demonstrates a strong commitment to continue to allow Americans from across the country to be able to come to the Capitol. We're not militarizing the Capitol. We're going to have a quick response force in case something happens, similar to if something happened, there was a threat to the president, a threat to Washington, D.C., we start flying fighter jets overhead. This is the equivalent. We're not trying to militarize anything. There's critical support in here for the Capitol Police to maintain the current workforce until we can hire and recruit more officers, such as backfilling overtime, hazard pay, and tuition credits, so we don't lose more of the Capitol Police to other agencies. The bill includes $3.3 million for the Capitol Police's Intelligence Division, which was a huge part of the failures that occurred on January 6th. So we want to invest and make sure that we have the intelligence capabilities that we need. We want to make sure that the Capitol Police have all the equipment that they need, as the gentlewoman from Connecticut just said: gas masks, tactical vests, body armor. I'm proud of this bill, and I'm proud this bill supports the emotional needs of members of Congress, congressional employees, and the Capitol Police, with funding for both the Office of Employee Assistance and the Capitol Police Wellness Program. This emergency supplemental appropriation renames the Capitol Police Wellness Program the Howard C. Howie Liebengood Center for Wellness. The bill provides funding for 6 new Capitol Police mental health counselors and wellness resilience specialists. This is an extremely necessary investment in our workforce and will help them grow and heal from the events of January 6th and the sad day of Good Friday. I am also pleased that this bill establishes funds for future Capitol ground security, including upgrades. That's the gentlelady for an additional minute.
I yield an additional minute to the gentleman.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional minute.
I thank the gentlelady. Also establishes funds for future Capitol ground security, including upgrades to windows, doors, security screening vestibules, and the installation of new cameras around the Capitol building and House Office building. It includes $350,000 for hazard pay to the custodial staff that were working on the campus on January 6th and help in the aftermath get things cleaned up so we could continue our business. The employees have received the Architects Exceptional Service Award and are recognized as valuable members of the Capitol community. We've had many tough conversations with our colleagues, looking at the Capitol Security Review and recommendations from General Honore. We also include $21 million to address member security while traveling and in district offices. We're living in a new reality. And to address providing a safe and healthy congressional community, we've included funding to reimburse and further support our legislative branch agencies in response to the coronavirus, telework, sanitizing, cleaning our Capitol complex and district offices. I'm proud of the hard work of so many. I thank the gentlelady from Connecticut for being a force to get this bill done. This supplemental needs to pass. We need to act. If we can't act, ask the gentlelady for 15 additional seconds.
Gentlelady.
I thank the gentlelady. We have to act. The American people, if they can't see us acting in a bipartisan way when a group of people storm the Capitol and we can't even pass a bill with Republican support to fix the doors and windows and provide more police officers, how are we going to do anything else? I thank the gentlelady. I appreciate it. This is a good bill. Please vote yes.
Gentleman's time's expired. Without objection, the gentlelady from Washington State shall now control the time in opposition, and the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have the utmost respect both for the chair and of the full committee and the subcommittee, and have really enjoyed working with them on this. I couldn't agree more with with a lot of what was said, that we need to act and we need to do it. I have demonstrated with my actions I'm willing to support a bipartisan commission. I have been willing to hold accountable people that I see in positions of leadership. I think my biggest challenge is General Honore did a one-sided review of the Capitol, and if you read his review, his number one requirement for all of this to work was the Capitol Police Board needs to be completely rejiggered. Like, it needs to be, I don't know if he said wiped out, I'm using my own terms here, but it doesn't work. So in order for the gear that the Capitol Police need to work, they need to have training. In order for them to have training, they need to have leadership. In order for them to have leadership, they need to have a board that gives their chief some authority. And we all know that's a problem. Can I ask the chair of the full committee, does this bill in any way reform the Capitol Police Board?
I'm happy to respond to the gentlelady from Washington State, but quite frankly, that is an issue that falls within the jurisdiction of House administration under Chairman Zoe Lofgren, and it is my understanding that Chairman Lofgren is in fact addressing that issue. I concur, we have to deal with the issue of the Capitol Board, but it does not fall within the jurisdiction of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you.
I thank the lady for her response, and I would just add that we're stepping ahead of that reform by fully funding those requests. And I think that's where I'm having some challenges. It's not that I'm there. We're going to do this. I just think that putting funds in place to this tune of we're almost to $2 billion, we need to know what we're going to spend that money on. We need to know that we got those reforms in place. I don't want to throw money at a situation unless we're going to reform it. Part of the problem we saw on January 6th was the infrastructure, the communications infrastructure, certainly the gear. We have to deal with that. But it was so much more than that. It was the leadership. It was the leadership here. It was certainly there was political leadership involved. I've spoken to that personally. But that's part of the problem here. That's part of the problem with this bill is we're putting the money there, but we're not reforming the system. And with that, I would yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Arkansas.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my thanks to the gentlelady from Washington for the time. And before I get to my prepared remarks, let me just respond to my friend from Ohio. You know, when he speaks, he makes it sound like that what went on here yesterday on the vote on the 1-6 Commission was not bipartisan. Well, let me remind the gentleman that the work of John Katko on our side and Benny Thompson on your side was absolutely bipartisan. There was a give and take for both sides. And when the final vote was taken yesterday, yeah, there were only 35 Republican votes, but I think that would qualify as a bipartisan vote yesterday. So to categorically suggest to the people that might be listening or watching today that that was one-sided was certainly inaccurate. And I agree with my friend from Washington that we need a better idea of how we're going to spend money before we do what Washington always does, and that's just throw a lot of money at the problem. So naturally, I rise in opposition of this partisan security supplemental. Certainly not bipartisan in its workup because there hasn't been any negotiation, as we saw with Mr. Thompson and Mr. Katko yesterday. Now, I believe, this is just my opinion, I believe that one of the biggest failures that led to what happened on 1-6 was a failure to act on intelligence that we knew. And that's why I supported that bipartisan commission, because I wanted to see, I want to see the intelligence. I want to see what was being said by all of our experts in the run-up to 1-6. And so I think yesterday, on January 6th, part of the problem was the fact that we did not act on intelligence that we knew. And if the National Guard was needed, there is a protocol in place to activate the National Guard. So,
Gentleman's recognized for another minute.
So I object to the creation of a quick reaction force, a $200 million expense to bring the National Guard into the picture. There's a protocol in place. We ought to exercise it, and the way you do it is you act on intelligence. I also oppose creating the $250 million slush fund for future unknown costs. Let's understand what our security needs are before we throw a bunch of money at the problem. It also includes funding for the Judiciary, District of Columbia, that is unrelated to the January 6th attacks. The security of our federal courts is extremely important, but those can be addressed through the regular appropriations process. We ought to do that. And finally, I'm disappointed the bill was not marked up by the Appropriations Committee and that the majority has prohibited amendments to improve the bill. So, Madam Speaker, it's not going to surprise you or anybody else that I'm not a big fan of this bill. I urge a no vote. Let's go back to the drawing board and let's bring some sanity back to this process, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Just want to remind the gentleman that the last time a supplemental bill was brought before the Appropriations Committee was in 2009 under the direction of Chairman David Obey. I also want to make a point that it did take an inordinate amount of time for reinforcements to come and assist the overrun Capitol Police. To have that not happen again, the Capitol Security Review, General Honore, recommended a dedicated force ready to respond to any incident, just as we have the D.C. Air National Guard, which has a mission to protect the region's airspace. And with that, let me yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Maine, the chair of the Interior and Environmental Subcommittee, Congresswoman Pingree.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much to the chair of the Full Appropriations Committee from Connecticut, who's done an incredible job pulling all of these challenging issues together and putting this funding bill on the floor today. So thank you for that, and thank you for yielding the time. You know, the activities of January 6th were terrifying, whether you were sitting here in this chamber or whether you were watching from anywhere around this country or around the world, viewing a violent assault on our democracy. Thanks to the work of the Capitol Police and others in law enforcement, the loss of lives were so much less than they could have been. But as we all know, very tragically, there were losses of life. In our Capitol Police, our police were brutally beaten, and we could watch it all happen. That is why I rise today in support of this Emergency Security Supplemental Appropriations Bill. The bill is product of months of careful and deliberate analysis of the resource needs to enhance the security at the Capitol. I'm privileged to be the chair of the Interior Environment Appropriations Subcommittee, and I strongly support the funding this bill would provide to the National Park Service. Large-scale special events and demonstrations are a common occurrence in the District of Columbia, and they often move from the National Mall to the Capitol complex. U.S. Park Police and Capitol Police work closely to share information and law enforcement resources to handle these events. The funds provided in this bill will be used to backfill the Park Service's resources that were unexpectedly depleted during the January 6th attack and to prepare the agency for possible future threats. I believe that it's critical that Congress provide sufficient resources to meet the security challenges, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to my friend from Illinois, the ranking member of the Committee on House Administration.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my good friend, Ms. Herrera Beutler. This is one of the most disappointing days that I've had when it comes to figuring out a way to protect this Capitol complex. And one of the most disappointing parts of this legislation is that both parties from both sides of the Capitol were working together on a bill, and out of nowhere, House Democrats stopped negotiating and decided on Friday to introduce their own partisan bill and rush it to the floor. The press has even pointed out that the Senate will have to renegotiate this bill before it can pass, so I can't help but wonder why we're voting on this bill today when we could be voting on a deal that actually has a chance at becoming law. Even worse, this bill is being sold as an appropriations bill. But there's a lot of legislating happening here. Permanent security changes buried in this nearly $2 billion supplemental bill. As ranking member of the House Administration Committee, I can tell you that some of these permanent changes are within my committee's jurisdiction. And my committee hasn't held any hearings to review or examine these changes. While I believe we need to make the National Guard whole for their service after January 6th, this bill permanently establishes the National Guard as a quick reaction force. This was just one of the options provided in General Honore's report, but if I recall, he provided 3 options to establish a quick reaction force. I have some serious concerns about this being the most efficient and effective way to protect the Capitol in an emergency. The bill also requires body cameras for each Capitol police officer, with the exception of officers who are on protective detail for leadership and other members. My committee has not reviewed this or why an exception was made for certain officers. Additionally, this bill could allow members to use taxpayer dollars to make upgrades to their homes for security purposes. As someone who's been shot at on a ball field and received many threats from constituents and others over the years, I understand the need for protection, and there have already been changes to help increase safety. But I have a feeling some of our constituents wouldn't be happy with members of Congress being able to use tax dollars to make improvements that it could increase the value of their homes in the name of security. I'm disappointed with the process, Madam Speaker, and it's a shame we're not voting on a bipartisan bill that can make it through the Senate. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, the chairman of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Congressman Quigley.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. The January 6th attack obviously revealed the flaws in security of the Capitol. Subsequent attacks on the Capitol complex have provided further stark evidence of the need to improve the physical security of the complex and other federal buildings. This supplemental provides the vital, urgently needed funding for security within the jurisdiction of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee. In this chamber, I remember one of my colleagues asking, when would the cavalry arrive? Well, the closest thing to the cavalry arriving was the D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department. Courage and dedication of the MPD in defending the members and Capitol and our democracy saved lives and helped this Congress return to business more quickly. This bill includes funding to reimburse MPD for the costs associated with the events of the 6th, as well as other costs they have incurred due to the federal presence in this district, because we cannot allow the District of Columbia to shoulder the burden of defending Congress on their own. In the aftermath of the event of the 6th, all federal buildings and employees face additional increased security threats. This bill provides funding for additional security expenses for federal judges, federal court facilities, including security upgrades to exterior perimeter security camera systems at priority federal courthouses. This bill also includes General Services Administration buildings. We must provide funding to conduct security assessments of federal buildings, including blast mitigation, collapse studies, taking the first steps in being able to address security vulnerabilities. No one should have to go to work afraid for their safety, none more than our public servants. We must protect our democratic institutions, Congress, the courts, and all federal agencies, so no elected official or public servant ever goes to work scared to execute their duty. These threats are real, they are happening now, and lives are at stake. We cannot wait and must move quickly to pass this bill. For those who would vote against the commission, or did, for those who would deny there was an insurrection, for those who would vote against this bill to protect us, you embody the new twisted world. We grew up believing the phrase, "I'll believe it when I see it." You embody the phrase, "I'll see it when I believe it." God help us, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington State.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. This partisan proposal would allocate over $2 billion of taxpayer resources for a wall around the U.S. Capitol and spend money on other things like members' personal security at home. I don't believe the American people support that. I don't believe they understand what's in this bill. And I believe this bill would only serve to further separate the American people from their elected representatives here in Washington. It's not the way we do business in the United States of America. It's not the way we should do business. And there are so many issues that are more worthy of our attention. The crisis at our border is unlike anything we've ever seen. We're recording 20-year highs in border crossings, but instead of completing the wall at our southern border, which would protect innocent children from being exploited by human traffickers and drug cartels, Democrats would rather spend $2 billion on a wall around this building in D.C. This is the people's house, Madam Speaker. and I cannot support this proposal to take my constituents' hard-earned money and use it to keep them out. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the chairperson of the Committee on House Administration, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the bill. It provides funding to respond to the January 6th attack, during which violent insurrectionists, incited and encouraged by the former president, attacked this Capitol where we stand today. Since the attack, the Committee on House Administration, assisted by General Honore, has reviewed Capitol security and has been examining the Capitol Police's preparation for and response to the attack. The supplemental narrowly tailors a response to that attack. It makes sure that we have the physical improvements we know will need to be taken, and it supports the Capitol Police with wellness and trauma support, provides officers with the training and riot control equipment they should have had on the 6th. For those who say we should not do anything today, it is a mistake to say if we can't do everything at the same time, we should do nothing. We should do nothing. This bill is a first step towards having a more secure facility that lodges the legislative branch of government. There are measures that we sent to the House Administration Committee for further review.
I yield 30 seconds more to the
I
gentlelady.
welcome that, but to fail to act today is really to turn your backs on the men and women who fought as Capitol Police officers just yards from where we stand today. They were maimed, their eyes were gouged, they lost fingers, some of them died. Don't turn your backs on them and vote against this bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Washington State.
Would the gentlelady who's the chair of the House Admin Committee, would she take a question?
The gentlelady has yielded back.
She can use my time, Madam Chair. Can I pose a question to the chair on House Admin? Thank
Gentlelady
you.
is recognized.
I agree with a lot of her sentiment that there is no question we must support the men and women of the Capitol Police. We must provide them in the equipment, the training, and most importantly, the leadership that supports their efforts. Can I ask why you have not put together legislation to reform the police board if it is so all important that we do it? It's been 5 months since January 6th.
We had a hearing.
Yield to the gentlelady.
If the gentlelady will yield. We had a hearing yesterday that went for more than 3 hours. We're likely to have additional hearings on that matter. It's not clear at the moment whether the board needs to be replaced, whether it was failings of the structure or whether it was failings of the individuals holding the positions in that structure.
Go ahead.
If I may,
Yeah, you may.
we will come forward with our best analysis of what changes should be made in the weeks to come. Meanwhile, these officers need our support today. We can't hold
Reclaiming my
back
time,
and do
Madam
nothing.
Chair. I think one of my challenges is it's been 5 months, and I myself have sat in meetings with Senate acting sergeant of arms, with police officers, with the police union. I've talked with the police union president. I have talked with individuals who were there on January 6th. I've put together my own timeline of these events. And to say that 5 months later, we're going to put the money before the actual reform, to me says there's a dereliction of duty from the House Administration Committee. I mean, how many hearings have taken place on January 6th in House Admin before today? You're telling me there was a meeting yesterday?
Would the
That's
gentlelady yield?
absolutely unacceptable.
Would the gentlelady
that we're
yield?
going to stand here today and say that we have to do
Would the
this, Madam
gentlelady
Chair
yield?
or Madam Speaker.
Would the gentlelady
Gentlelady
yield?
from
I will yield.
Gentlelady yields.
I would take objection to that. The House Administration Committee has had more oversight and more hearings, both at a member level and a staff level, than any other committee in the House or Senate about the Capitol Police. We don't have jurisdiction over everything, but we have not been derelict in our duty, and I take objection on the part of the whole committee, Republicans and Democrats.
Reclaiming
and the
my
staff.
time, Madam Speaker. Look, I am 100% in agreement, Madam Speaker, that we must put put the funding behind the men and women who stand in between us and violence. Not a question. I'm there. What frustrates me is that I'm being told that if I don't vote for this today, somehow I'm not standing behind our men and women in blue when the House Administration Committee should have led the way with the honorary report. It was put out months ago, could have put these reforms in place, could have told us how this money would be spent. But they didn't. Why? And then they say it's not bipartisan unless we do what they want. I'm sorry, but this isn't my money. These are taxpayer dollars. And I want to make sure that we're not just saying we spent the money and we're not reforming the system. For this to never happen again, those reforms need to be in place. To me, it's a missed opportunity. And I will not stand here, Madam Speaker, to have it laid at our feet to say somehow we're not supporting the men and women in blue. I will not abide by that charge. I believe if that's the truth, then we need to make sure that we're all doing our work and getting the reforms in place so that the money can follow. That's how this whole place is designed to work. It's in the Constitution. That's what we're supposed to do. With that, I reserve my time.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I would hope the gentlewoman from Washington State would put her frustration aside. We all get frustrated in this body by so many things, and vote to support the folks who took care of us that day to deal with their back pay and a variety of other issues that were important. Let me yield to the gentlelady.
Most of what's in this bill doesn't need a change in the law. You don't need a change in the law to provide training to the Capitol Police. That's baseline what our obligation is. We failed to actually do what we're required to do, and to think that some further legislative action is needed is simply false, and I thank the gentlelady for you.
And the point is we are reimbursing the costs that were incurred that day. With that, let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this important bill to better secure our Capitol complex, which includes my legislation to provide body-worn cameras to Capitol Police officers and require their use. Implementing a body-worn camera system for United States Capitol Police was recommended in General Honore's important report. In the wake of the January 6th attack, is there any doubt that the federal criminal investigations would have greatly benefited from additional body camera footage? In addition, in my experience as a mayor of a major American city, City of Phoenix, I know that body-worn cameras improve safety for officers, for the public, and for everyone in the community. They'll improve safety for the people who work here at the Capitol complex. I want to say thank you to Chairwoman DeLauro and Congressman Ryan for working with me on this important issue. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington State.
Thank you. I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Lady from Washington, do you have, how many more speakers do you have? You have a few more speakers coming. Okay, thank you. Okay. If I can, let me just try to address a couple of issues that have been raised here during this debate. I just want to recant that or recount, really. The Appropriations Committee has worked for months to gather information to inform this bill. There were 12 subcommittee hearings, actually legislative branch, as the gentlewoman from Washington State knows, it had at least 8 hearings. So every subcommittee held more than one committee hearing. In addition to that, other committees, House Administration, Oversight, all had hearings with regard to this issue and the path forward. Beginning in April, the Appropriations Committee engaged in intense, good faith negotiations with our Republican counterparts. And unfortunately, it appears that I believe that the leadership has prevented them from reaching an agreement in a timely manner. I will just mention that the minority leader, he has spoken about, he looked to sufficient time included in an end-of-the-year funding bill to strengthen the security of the Capitol complex. So in truth, the view was not to do it, not to continue a negotiation, but in fact to delay a decision on this until the end of the year. Not possible. We cannot wait in order to be able to effectuate security of this Capitol for all who work here and all who visit here. And I reserve the balance.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Washington State.
Reserve, ma'am.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Virginia, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Congresswoman Wexton.
Gentlelady's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, before I begin, if we could please read into or enter into the record, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record the Liebengood family statement on the January 6th Commission and Security Supplemental.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this legislation. The January 6th insurrection led to the deaths of U.S. Capitol Police officers Brian Sicknick and Howie Liebengood and Metro Police Officer Jeffrey Smith. We've heard many stories of the broken bones and broken spirits that officers are still suffering to this day. They've been working around the clock since the insurrection and are facing unsustainable hours due to being understaffed. It's heartbreaking, and it's also infuriating to hear other members on this floor attempt to rewrite history and gaslight those officers with lies about January 6th. I am proud to have helped secure millions of dollars in funding through this bill for enhanced mental health services, which includes 6 new counselors who will help the Capitol Police during this crisis and into the future. I want to especially thank the family of fallen Capitol Police Officer Howie Liebengood, his wife Serena, his siblings John and Ann, for their advocacy on this bill. I hope that it is some solace to them that during this tragic time, that once this bill is signed into law, Capitol Police Wellness Center will be renamed after Howie, so his life, legacy, and service to our Capitol will forever be remembered. The Capitol Police cannot wait until the end of this year for funding.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
I hope my colleagues will join me today in supporting this important legislation.
I reserve my
Gentlelady from
time.
Washington State.
I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. We as members of Congress all personally experienced the January 6th insurrection, and we owe it not only to the people of our nation, but to the democratic institutions in which we serve to investigate this attack, prosecute those involved to the full extent, and ensure that such an event never happens again. You know, there is only one man, one person who is quoted on the walls of this august chamber, this people's house. And Madam Speaker, that quotation is above your head, and it is by that man, Daniel Webster. This nation was founded on the principle that we are a nation of laws, not based on the caprice or the whim of people. We are a nation of laws, and there was no stronger advocate for that principle than Daniel Webster. And he said this, he said, "The law, it has honored us. Let us honor it by executing it in its fullest severity." If we don't do a proper job of investigating that insurrection on January 6th and prosecuting the people at fault, the people in derogation of the law, of the criminal laws of this nation, we will make a mockery, a sham of everything that Daniel Webster stood for. To achieve the goal of full accountability and adherence to the law, in my position as chair of the Commerce, Justice, and Science Appropriations Subcommittee, I have been actively involved in addressing the issues raised following the January 6th insurrection, beginning with the immediate investigation and continuing over the days and weeks following the attack on the Capitol. My subcommittee dug into the subject at public hearings this spring. We explored the subject of domestic violent extremism at our hearing with the Attorney General and the Justice Department's National Security Division. Based on the results of these efforts, the CJS subcommittee included funding for 3 priorities from January 6th Security Supplemental, reimbursing several Justice Department bureaus for the January 6th related expenses, more resources to enhance the security of federal judges, and most importantly, increased resources for federal prosecutors to ensure they have the funding to implement the widest possible prosecution policy aimed at bringing to justice the perpetrators of January 6th. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this critical piece of legislation to ensure the safety and security of our democracy. Thank you for my fellow subcommittee chairs, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentlelady from Washington State.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Connecticut.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Congresswoman Pelosi. Speaker Pelosi.
Speakers recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman for yielding, Madam Chair of the Appropriations Committee. I thank you for bringing this important legislation to the floor. It is the product of a great, intense review of what is needed to go forward, and it is lean. There are many other suggestions that people have. This is what is urgent for us to do now. I thank the Appropriations Committee, which is one of the committees of jurisdiction, having series of hearings on the subject. All the committees, subcommittees of jurisdiction, I think there's 6 on there, and then even the Ledge Branch Committee, which has direct the most responsibility, had maybe 7 hearings. In addition to that, let's start on that horrible day. Springing right from that, I called upon General Honore to review what has happened. I saw the work that he did in Katrina. That's how I got to know his work, and I knew that he would be an objective reviewer of what we needed. He put together a very blue ribbon committee of law enforcement and national security advisors. National security at the general level, generals in the military, and they put forth their recommendations of what we needed to do in the short term and in the long term. And many of those suggestions in the short term are in this legislation. There are those who say, well, we can't wait till we do the commission report, when they vote against the commission, until we do this like next year or the end of the year. No, the need is immediate, and it is now. So I thank Congresswoman, Madam Chair DeLauro of the Appropriations Committee, the subcommittee chairs for the multiple hearings that they have had on this subject, and I thank the chair of the House Administration Committee for the work, the hearings that they have had in that committee as well, to hone in on what is urgently needed now. I also salute the chair of the Homeland Security Committee, Chairman Benny Thompson, working in a bipartisan way with Mr. Capco to bring the legislation, so important, in a bipartisan way to the floor yesterday. And I salute the work that they did. And here we are. Here we are. We have specific needs honed to how we listen to the architect of the Capitol as to what we need to harden the Capitol, the windows and doors. There are members here who have said, why are we doing that? It was just a normal day of tourism in the Capitol, while that same person who said that is pictured in the news pushing furniture up against the door to keep the brawlers out of this chamber. A normal day in the Capitol, not so. So we know what is possible now. Who could have imagined that the President of the United States would incite an insurrection? Should we have been prepared for that? Who would have imagined that? But could we have been prepared better? Yes. And we know what we must do now. We must do now. This has been an important week in the House as we honor those who are responsible. We're going to a revised gold medal legislation is being submitted. It's bipartisan. I'm pleased to hear that the Republican leader, Mr. McCarthy, supports adding those who were attacked, assaulted, in fact, killed. The one killed, Billy Evans, on Good Friday. So that is in the works, and we'll take that up as soon as we come back. Yesterday, we had a big, strong bipartisan vote on the commission. Today, we are saying this is what we need to do now. We may need to do more as the commission does its work, as the committees of jurisdiction continue their hearings. So today, we continue to defend the Constitution and the Capitol with emergency supplemental bill. This is about how we more quickly can, now much of what is happening in the Capitol in terms of restriction of visitors and the rest relates to COVID. And as that unfolds more favorably, we need to be sure that when we have children come and families enjoy and legislators passing laws and the press covering it all and people coming to see the people's house in action, that they will be safe, that they will be safe. The legislation, again, builds on the action that happened yesterday, and hopefully we can move quickly through the Senate and make the necessary appointments, so that the product of that will be respected by the American people. General Honore's report, I mentioned General Honore, he said, the breach of the Capitol on January 6 brought into stark relief the need to immediately improve the security of the Capitol complex and the security of congressional members and staff and the workers who make our lives possible here. Immediate action is therefore required. Immediate action is therefore required, General Honore. This supplemental, again, protects members of Congress, of course, the Capitol, employees, visitors, including bolstering the physical security of the complex, creating a new reaction force for cases of emergency. It responds to the direct cost of the attack on the Capitol. There were direct costs, including related to response and presence of the National Guard. That has to be paid for, District of Columbia and other federal agencies, and to the prosecution of the insurrectionists. Proudly, it recognizes the sacrifices of the Capitol Police, supporting them with overtime pay, bonuses, and trauma support, as well as specialized training and equipment. And it honors the late officer Howie Libengood by creating the Howard C., quotes Howie, Libengood Center for Wellness. We're very pleased and proud of that, and we thank the Libengood family for their involvement in that creation, and my colleague, Congresswoman Weston of Virginia, for her role in this. Protecting the security of the Capitol so we can do our constitutional work on behalf of the American people should not be controversial. 4 months ago, multiple lives were lost. Over 140 law enforcement officers were physically harmed. Trauma and terror are inflicted on our colleagues, our staff, and ourselves. Today, in passing this legislation, the House is taking a strong step forward to bring healing to our congressional community and to ensure that this horror can never happen again. Let me close again by quoting General Honore's report. Quote, as you consider the recommendations of this task force, we must not forget it was a riotous action of an angry mob that laid bare the vulnerabilities of the Capitol complex. We must not long endure any discourse that prevents or delays efforts necessary to strengthen the security of the U.S. Capitol complex and enhance the safety of those who serve the American people in Congress, end of quote. With that, I urge a strong bipartisan vote on this emergency security supplemental to respond. And as the gentlewoman from Washington points out, there are many more things that we need to do, but we have to prioritize. We have to sequence. We can't wait until we know every answer before we start with the solutions that we are well aware and that we know of. And again, some of this will depend on resources in this legislation that'll enable us to find out what it does cost to protect the Capitol in a way that is the least offensive to all of us, that says that this Capitol sits confidently, but assured that we will be protected when necessary, but that we don't need all of that protection outside of fences and the rest all of the time. We need it. We'll have it when we need it. But again, those are decisions that have to be made from a technical standpoint as well as a security and safety standpoint, and this legislation enables that to happen. There are those who are, well, we didn't, so it didn't work then, so why is it going to work? You know what? Let's have confidence. There's one word that I would say we need to rely on in all of this, and that is the word trust. Let us trust in each other that our purpose is the same, that we've relied on the expert advice of generals and law enforcement and the rest as to what we need immediately, in their word, to use their word, immediately. Let us trust that we can have the review that is necessary. We must have a review of the hierarchy of authority here. What is this police board? How was that created? Why can't we do that in a different way? We have a search committee looking for a new chief of police. Our current chief of police may be in that mix. I don't know, because this is an objective search for a police chief. So we look forward to working in a bipartisan way, because that cannot be anything but nonpartisan. House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans, honoring our responsibility, our almost housekeeping responsibilities to keep this place safe, and to have a chain of command that is clear. Where is the responsibility for this? Is it in that police board, of which the police chief is not a member? Those kinds of issues are, I agree with you, Madam Congresswoman, are not resolved. But that should not hold up getting what we need in place right now as the virus is relaxing some of the restrictions, that we will be able again to function this summer, really, as the U.S. Capitol, the welcoming beacon of democracy that it has always been, but with the assurance that it will be safe. With that, I urge, hopefully we'll have a strong bipartisan vote on this. I'm very proud of what happened yesterday, and thank you for your leadership in that regard, Madam Congresswoman. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time with praise for the Appropriations Committee for bringing this to the floor, to Homeland Security Committee for their great work, and also as the authorizer, and also House Administration Committee for the piece of this that they have. I yield back.
Gentlelady back. Gentlelady from Washington State.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, I agree with the Speaker of the House that we do need to trust, and we, at some point, do need to rely on one another's better nature, honestly. I have been walking through that this year ad nauseum, and will continue to do so. And it is in that same spirit of comity that is part of the reason I raised this challenge. You know, I have not been afraid to challenge my own team at all. But that's part of why I'm also not afraid to challenge the other team. You know, if I refer back to General Honore's report, which is the basis for what, you know, we're being asked to vote on this for, they're saying, under his piece, Capitol Police Board decision-making during emergencies, he said, the Capitol Police Board's deliberate decision-making process proved too slow and cumbersome to respond to the crisis in January, delaying requests for critical supplemental resources. We recommend revisions to 2 U.S. Code 1970 and 1974 to give the U.S. Capitol Police Chief the authority to request external law enforcement and National Guard support without CPP pre-approval in extraordinary emergency circumstances. And he goes on to explain that. So it's not like we have have to do a lot of research to figure out what laws need to change in order to be compliant with General Honore's report, and that would give me a whole lot more, that would allow me to trust and verify that we're spending this money in the way that we should. But they're not doing it, Madam Speaker. That's what really bugs me. We were in good negotiations trying to work this out, and all of a sudden last week it just done. We're not going to negotiate anymore. That's my problem. What other pieces in this bill are not fully fleshed out? And I think it was a very important point to make that, look, I'm all for protecting this Capitol and the staff that serve here and the men and women that serve here, and I will back up our police officers any day of the week and twice on Sunday. But it really bothers me that it's a priority when our security is threatened, but we've got all these other emergencies around this country, things like the southern border, and we're just going to sit on it. So I'm not saying hold everything back as is being promoted. They're saying hold everything back so, just because we don't have everything else figured out. Well, why don't we take the steps that we know that need to be addressed? I mentioned the southern border. That's a crisis we know of, but at least take General Honore's report and implement it. And then I wouldn't be as opposed to funding it. So with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
1 minute to the gentleman from New York, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Congressman Espaillat.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to our chair, Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro. And a day after passing the historic commission with robust bipartisan help, we're here now to support this emergency security funding bill. The attacks on January 6th exposed the dire state of our Capitol's security infrastructure. As a member of the Legislative Branch Appropriations Subcommittee, I have been alarmed to learn of just how outdated our security infrastructure really is and how we have left it deteriorate for far too long. The funding package that we are about to pass today will change that. It will allocate $2 billion in investment, including updating cameras on Capitol grounds, purchasing new protective equipment, increasing the number of frequency of security sweeps, etc. I call for many of these changes and improvement back in January 6th, January 7th. So I'm glad to be here to support this. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington State.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, as I've listened to this debate on this legislation to provide emergency funding, I realize it is tone deaf. The true emergencies we should be funding are not part of this bill. We have a southern border crisis. If that's not enough, we have a crisis in the Middle East. We have an emergency situation at our southern border, and even as we debate, the United States' closest ally, Israel, is under attack by constant terrorist threat. Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad proxies of Iran have been attacking Israel for 2 weeks and have fired over 4,000 rockets from Gaza into Israel. Now is the time to stand with our ally, Israel. We need to show them that we believe in their right to defend themselves, and the United States will do everything within our power to ensure they defeat these terrorists and any attacks by Iran. Will my Democrat colleagues choose to stand with Israel, or will they cower to the Iranian proxies? U.S. security assistance to Israel has been crucial to countering the many threats Israel faces on a daily basis. Our security partnerships serve as an active participant. The investment in the Iron Dome defense system that counters short-range rockets is one of the most important investments we have made towards the peace in the Middle East. Not only does it save Israeli lives, it saves thousands of Palestinian lives. If the 4,000 rockets fired by terrorists had hit their targets, Israel would have had no choice but to escalate the conflict. Madam Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Appropriations to consider my amendment to H.R. 3237. It would provide emergency funding for the Iron Dome defense system to ensure that Israel has the system it needs to continue defending against these attacks and enable the Israelis to replenish the thousands of interceptors they have used. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Washington State.
Does the gentlelady have any more speakers? If not, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady from Washington State is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say, you know, I appreciate the debate that we've had today over what I don't think any of us disagree on what we want. We want a safe and secure Capitol. We want to make sure that the people who work here are taken care of. We want to make sure that we're backfilling everything from overtime pay to mental health needs, and we want to make sure that that's all done to fix or to address some of the challenges we've had this year. But in addition, because we're talking about such a great sum of money and resources, I want to make sure it never happens again. There are other things that are happening alongside this. We've talked about the commission today. We've talked about other things. But our responsibility with this is to make sure, and as appropriators, that we're spending money and we're verifying that it's being used to the best end. That's right now ultimately what I think we can do better with. I mean, it's true right now that the Senate, both R's and D's, are not in line with what this legislation is. So if we take a little bit more time and we do this right, we can come out with something that we can all be proud of that will do the job it's intended to do. So with that, I'm very disappointed to recommend a no vote on the underlying legislation. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am disappointed that the gentlelady from Washington State will not find her way to vote for the bill. We have worked on many issues together on the Appropriations Committee. Yes, in fact, in meetings about the Capitol Police Board and other efforts. And as been stated, we worked for months on the Appropriations Committee with numerous hearings in order to be able to engage on a bipartisan basis. And unfortunately, the leadership of the minority leader, I believe, saw that the direction that this bill should go in is in the end of the year. And in that case, we cannot begin to fix the problems that occurred. Madam Speaker, I remember January 6th, as we all do. I sat in the gallery. I sat right up there. And as we counted the electoral votes, that was our constitutional duty in order to certify the election of the President of the United States. I was here when at the podium the Capitol policeman said, the rioters have breached the Capitol. They are in the rotunda. They are on their way to the House chamber, to those doors right there, and those doors that were shattered and smashed that day, and where there were barricades put up against it. We were told to grab a gas mask. I didn't know we had gas masks here. Did that, and not sooner than that, we were told, we have to evacuate you, make your way. And I can still trace my steps around the perimeter of this gallery, all the way around, going underneath these barriers here, and all of us, Democrats, Republicans, members of the press who were there that day, young people who came here to work, we were together. We were holding on to one another because we knew there was imminent danger. And I won't ever forget us getting around to that side of the gallery when the Capitol Police said, hit the floor because of gunshots. Gunshots. And we all hit the floor, Democrats, Republicans, at the order of the Capitol Police to protect us and what was going on that day. And as I lay on the floor with very little juice in my cell phone, I called my husband. And I didn't want to say to him, I love you, because it brought back to me the remembrance of 9/11 and those last words that people uttered. And I just said, I'm fine, I'm going to be evacuated, call the kids, let them know it's okay. This bill is not about politics. It's not about settling scores. It's about ensuring that every person who comes onto the Capitol grounds is safe and is protected. The funding is not optional. This vote is not a show vote. It's about protecting the seat of our democracy and the men and the women and the young people who work here and serve it. I urge my colleagues, do the right thing, pass this bill.
Time's expired. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 409, previous question occurs on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Tony Gonzalez of Texas moves to recommit the bill H.R. 3237 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question occurs on the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Gentleman from Texas.
So yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
somewhere. This is 21st century technology.
I like the folder too. It's like kind of beaten up and ragged.
I want to be able to say it was like the original, John Sullivan or
Right.
been here for 30 years kind of thing.
So yesterday I was going through all my For what purpose is the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin by HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from Iowa rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, I pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from Washington State rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mullen pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House of Mr. Mullen will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
This is the gentleman from Indiana rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose is the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose is the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
This is the gentlelady from California rise.
As a member designated by Ms. Maxine Waters pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maxine Waters will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly of Illinois will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Boebert from the state of Colorado pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to announce to the House that Mr. Rupersberger votes no on the motion to recommit.
Gentleman from Colorado rise.
As the member designated by Mr. Perlmutter pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Perlmutter will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Mr. Bill Pascrell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pascrell will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Gentleman from Illinois rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform that House as Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Bishop of Georgia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bishop will vote no. He will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the motion to recommit.
This is the gentlelady from Michigan rise.
As the member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Beatty will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Cortez will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania pursuant to House Resolution 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Doyle will vote no on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the ayes are 209, the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. The question now occurs on passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose is the gentlelady from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly of Illinois will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote no on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from the state of Colorado pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on H.R. 3237. Thank you.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 3237. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
You want to read some of them? Where's this? The gentleman from South Carolina rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Colorado rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Perlmutter pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Perlmutter will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose is the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote nay on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Washington, gentlelady from Washington State rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
Gentleman from North Carolina rise.
As a member designated by Mr. Bishop of Georgia, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bishop will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
The gentleman from Indiana rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from Michigan rise?
Madam Chair, as a member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Joyce Beatty will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
Purposes, the gentlelady from Illinois rise.
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
For purposes, gentleman from Illinois rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I hereby, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I hereby notify the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
Purposes, the gentlelady from California rise.
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 1127.
The gentlelady's request is not timely at this time during a vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 3237. And as the member designated by Mr. Bill Pascrell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pascrell will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Maxine Waters pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maxine Waters will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on final passage. Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume votes yes on final passage.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania pursuant to House Resolution 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Doyle will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose is the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 3237.
What purpose is the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Is the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8? I rise to inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger votes aye on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 3237. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa rise? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on H.R. 3237.
who this guy standing at the mic is? Texas. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on H.R. 3237.
The gentleman from Maryland rise.
Is the member designated by Mr. Golden of Maine pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Golden will vote aye on H.R. 3237.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Cortez will vote present on H.R. 3237.
The yeas are 213, the nays. On this one, the yeas are 213, the nays are 200. Has the gentleman voted?
He's going to change his vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 212, with 3 answering present. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Recognition.
Consent to be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 1127.
Without objection, the request is granted. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 1127.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of House Joint Resolution 27 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 27, Joint Resolution providing for the appointment of Barbara Barrett as a citizen regent of the Board of Regents of the Smithsonian Institution.
Is there objection to the consideration of the joint resolution? Without objection, the joint resolution is engrossed, read a third time, and passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 1318 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1318, a bill to restrict the imposition by the Secretary of Homeland Security of fines, penalties, duties, or tariffs applied only to coastwise voyages or prohibit otherwise qualified non-United States citizens from serving as crew on specified vessels transporting passengers between the state of Washington and the state of Alaska to address a Canadian cruise ship ban and the extraordinary impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on Alaskan communities and for other purposes.
Is there objection to consideration of the bill?
The desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Offered by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
That's with the reading of the amendment.
The clerk will suspend. Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Without objection, the amendment is agreed to. The bill is engrossed, read a third time, passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
There
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
I rise to recognize Pleasantdale Middle School in Burr Ridge, Illinois, and specifically Jennifer Lauerman's 5th grade science class. Ms. Lauerman is a rock star. Her students spent this semester studying rocks. Interviewing geologists and other scientists across Illinois, they learned a lot, but something troubling emerged. Illinois does not have a state rock. Iowa has the geode, Wisconsin has red granite, Illinois got nothing. And so, as good citizens do, the class had an election. Sandstone, limestone, and dolostone emerged from a heated primary, and 1,200 Illinoisans then voted in the general election, and including me, I voted for limestone. My candidate didn't win, but it was a free and fair election, and it is now my privilege to introduce the winner of the Pleasantdale Middle School 2021 State Rock election, Mr. Speaker, members of the House, staff, Dolostone. I hope my colleagues in the Illinois delegation will join me in supporting the effort to make Dolostone Illinois State Rock, but more importantly, I couldn't be prouder to represent such great teachers and students committed to science and to democracy. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentle lady is recognized for 1 minute.
As I speak, Israel is under attack by the terrorist group Hamas, with thousands of rockets launched since May 10th. Israel has a right to defend itself. The United States would never allow rockets to be launched by our enemies as civilians in our soil. And Israel cannot allow rockets to be launched at Tel Aviv or Jerusalem. I was proud to join more than 3/4 of my fellow members of Congress in April to support full funding for security assistance to Israel. As we said in that letter, Congress is committed to maintaining Israel's qualitative military edge and its ability to defend itself by itself against persistent threats. Today, it is even more important to stand and say we stand side by side with what our ally are continuing to work to help Israel defend itself from Hamas and other threats and to cut off the support to Hamas. I yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from Nevada seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentle lady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to join my colleagues in bringing attention to the widespread violence against the Asian American community. This pandemic has inflamed hatred and racism, and we must lend our voices in support of our Asian American brothers and sisters. In Georgia, just 2 months ago, a horrific attack targeted 3 Asian-owned spas, and 8 lives were lost. They were working parents, grandparents, and spouses, and they left behind an unconscionable loss and emptiness in their communities. But we know that this attack is not isolated. Since the start of the pandemic, there have been more than 6,600 reported incidents of anti-Asian hate. And across this country, Asian Americans are living in fear for the safety of themselves, their friends, and their families. On this floor this week, we passed 2 critical pieces of legislation to condemn the attack in Georgia and to ensure accountability for hate crimes against the Asian American community. We must continue to stand with the Asian American community and put an end to this violence. My district, my home state of Nevada, and our nation welcome diversity, and acts of hatred and bigotry have no place here. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alaska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise and thank my colleagues for the legislation just passed, the Alaska Tourism Restoration
The
Act.
gentleman seek recognition? Unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. I do apologize for that. I'm
Without
all
objection,
excited
sir.
about it. I just passed a legislative bill, so I'm a little bit excited, so thank you.
Without objection, sir.
I want to especially thank Chairman DeFazio, Leader Hoyer, the Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, Ranking Member Graves, Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and the Biden administration and all the staff for recognizing the necessity of this legislation. I especially also would like to thank my Senate colleagues, Senator Murkowski, Sullivan, and Cantwell, who have been partners in the effort. And finally, I'd like to thank my chief staffer, Kevin Swanson, for his hard work on this legislation. We lost billions of dollars last year because of COVID in the tourist industry. And this bill that we just passed by this House unanimously will give us an opportunity to recover that, not the money, but the ability to take and serve the people of America and the tourist industry in Southeast Alaska and the rest of the state of Alaska. I'm quite excited about this piece of legislation, and I do thank the House and the people that did not object to this legislation. I sincerely thank all of you for being part of an effort to solve a problem for a state. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent from the House to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, St. Louis and I rise today to wish a happy 25th birthday to Michael Brown Jr. The last birthday that Michael Brown celebrated was his 18th, a celebration that was supposed to mark the beginning of his journey of adulthood, filled with years of joy and making music, caring for animals, and spending time with those he loved. But just 81 days after his 18th birthday, Michael was shot and killed by a police officer in our district. While I say that St. Louis and I rise today, we have never taken a seat. We have never rested. We have never stopped striving for a just world, a world where Michael would have been celebrating his birthday on today. To Michael Brown Jr., we love you, we miss you, we will never forget you, and in your honor, we bring our struggle for justice from the front lines of Ferguson, is why I'm standing here, to the halls of Congress. Stand up, don't stand down. We do this for Mike Brown. Happy birthday. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer my sincere gratitude to one of the most valued and dedicated members of my team, Jack Wallachy. After over 4 years of service to our country and the people of Louisiana's 4th Congressional District, Jack's going to be leaving our D.C. office to pursue a law degree at Pepperdine University. For the past 2.5 years and through some of the most historically significant events in recent memory, I've relied upon Jack's steady counsel as my lead staffer for judiciary issues. His level head and steadfast commitment to his work have been instrumental in helping to right the ship in truly tumultuous times. More importantly, Jack's easygoing, quintessentially California attitude will leave a lasting mark on our team. We will sorely miss his obscure cultural references and random tidbits of knowledge that would make a trivia master's head spin. We're all saddened to see Jack leave, but we're also delighted to see him take this next step in his life. Jack, thank you again for all your work and dedication. God has great plans for your life, and our family and staff wish you all the best. Onward, my friend. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in unequivocal support of our ally, Israel. As a sovereign state, Israel has every right and a duty to protect its people from the unprovoked attacks of the Iranian-backed terrorist group Hamas. It's painful to watch parents and their terrified children fleeing bomb shelters as rockets rain down indiscriminately on civilian neighborhoods. Thankfully, our Israeli friends are protected by the Iron Dome, a joint U.S.-Israeli defense initiative that has saved countless lives. It is shameful that some within our Congress choose to condemn our longtime ally for simply defending themselves. No doubt if a similar attack took place in the U.S., these same members would expect our military to protect their homes and communities. Sadly, we shouldn't be surprised when terrorist groups like Hamas feel emboldened to attack our allies, when the Biden administration's policies signal weakness to our adversaries. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to speak up with one voice in support of Israel, one of our great allies. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 57 days since Vice President Kamala Harris was named the point person on the border. She still has not visited. The entire Biden administration continues to distract from, deny, and downplay this public health, humanitarian, and national security crisis. Apprehensions in the month of April are up more than 100 100,000 higher than they were in January of this year. This has been ongoing for months, and the administration still has no plan. The Biden border crisis is costing American lives billions in taxpayer dollars and is once again placing the responsibility of the federal government on individual states. When is enough enough? When will the Biden administration stop allowing criminal cartels to reap billions in profits from their inaction? When will the Biden administration stop failing to fulfill their constitutional mandate to keep the American people safe? It's anyone's best guess, but with Democrats controlling the House, the Senate, and the White House, the Biden border crisis has no end in sight. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I received unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the problems of today will rest squarely on the shoulders of America's children. There is nothing more foundational to the longevity of this republic than investing in the next generation. During this COVID pandemic, educating our students and preparing them to face the battles and turmoil of the future has never been harder. And if we've learned one thing through this pandemic, it's that in-person teaching is foundational to future success. I want to extend the thanks of a grateful district to the teachers of Veritas Academy, Headmaster Dr. Robert M. Woods, and other institutions who remained open throughout this pandemic and placed the needs of our school children first. Your valiant efforts are seen. Your dedication to America's youth and the faith in the face of great challenges is recognized, and your grit and determination to safeguard our future leaders is of high commendation. Thank you for all that you do, and I look forward to being back in the district to see you all soon. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise and stand remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This chart by the Republican Study Committee shows a difference not just a year makes, but what an attitude to governing makes toward making a living and managing families' needs, even enjoying what you've seen, what you've earned how you see fit. Energy independence, stopping production and oil and gas infrastructure in the U.S. gives higher prices, eclipsing $400 even now in my home state of California. Lumber, though our California and western forests burn millions of acres each year, somehow we have a lack of harvest and lumber shortages thanks to strange environmental thinking, prohibiting the forest harvest and management we need to prevent fire and keep the lumber yards full. I know it's not the logger or the log truck making the killing here in the quadruple pricing per board foot. Home costs, they ride right up there with lumber as well. And all the other inputs, up 20%. Coffee, up 50%. Coffee has to come from somewhere. Wheat, up big. Bread and cereal won't be any cheaper. Will the farmer see this windfall? Not likely. Corn, same thing. Will the farmer do any better up with the much higher cost of corn? No. Copper, used in so many of our mechanical electrical devices, is going up well, make it harder to wire homes. Bottom line, everything you need is much more expensive thanks to Biden policy. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise in the spirit of Shirley Chisholm. I rise unbought and unbossed, a liberated Democrat. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, with a great deal of pain in my heart. I am saddened, and I am, quite frankly, very, very disgusted and disappointed. I saw a news story this morning that brought me to tears. I could not believe what I saw and I heard. I'd like to share now some passages from a story in the New York Times that relate to what I saw this morning, what I heard this morning. I would ask that persons who are very sensitive to things involving pain and suffering, that you be mindful of what I'm about to do and you might govern yourselves appropriately. because this is very painful to hear, very sad to understand that it actually occurred. This story is styled, "Footage shows Louisiana troopers punching and dragging man who died." I was born in Louisiana, New Orleans. I have friends there. I have some sense of what the state is like. But even this exceeds some of what I know can happen in Louisiana. This article goes on to read, relatives of Ronald Green, no relationship as far as I know, were initially told that he had died from injuries sustained in a crash after he failed to stop for a traffic violation outside of Monroe, Louisiana in May 2019, according to a lawyer for the family. May 2019. You can do the math. That was some time ago. Some of us would say it was a long time ago. Body camera footage obtained and published by the Associated Press on Wednesday showed Mr. Green, 49, screaming, "I'm sorry. I'm scared." After troopers opened the door to his car and jolted him with a stun gun after a high-speed chase. I recall instructions from my mother. Her instructions when I was a young child were to never run from the police. Never run from the police. She was emphatic about it, and she explained why. Never run from the police. She explained to me, her young son, that the police will catch you, and when they do, they are going to whip you. She explained to me that the police are of the opinion that if you run, a part of your punishment is to be a good whipping. This is what my mother explained to me as a child. So we find today Mr. Green saying, "I'm sorry and I'm scared." "I'm scared," Mr. Green screamed. According to the video, went on to say, "I'm your brother. I'm scared." Pleading, if you will. The pleading is what I'm adding. This is not in the story. But pleading. According to the AP, which said it had obtained 46 minutes of video footage from the encounter, one trooper wrestled Mr. Green to the ground, put him in a chokehold. Some things bear repeating. Put him in a chokehold and punched him in the face. Another trooper briefly dragged him by his ankle. Dragged him by his ankle shackles as he lay on the ground, according to the footage. We know about chokeholds. We know about knees on necks. We know that people are not always treated with respect. Mind you, Mr. Green, so far, has not exhibited a weapon. Yes, he was running in the sense that he was driving away from the police. Yes, he should have stopped by standards that we like to employ. But does running from the police, driving your car away from the police, does this entitle the police to kick, tase multiple times, and drag a person? Mr. Green was jolted again with a stun gun while he was on the ground and handcuffed. On the ground, handcuffed, and jolted again with a stun gun. This is what the footage shows, according to this news article. The AP reported that the troopers who were white, again, some things bear repeating. AP reported that the troopers who were white left Mr. Green, who was black, face down. Face down. Mourning for more than 9 minutes as they wiped blood from their hands and face. Mr. Green is face down, pleading. 9 minutes. The officers are wiping blood from their hands and face. I hope this guy ain't got AIDS, one of the troopers said on the video, adding an expletive. Concerned for himself at a time when a man is bleeding and in need of attention, medical attention, I might add. Officers have a duty to provide medical attention. When we're in combat with enemies that would destroy us, destroy our country, if we capture an enemy and that enemy is hurt, in need of medical attention, we provide aid and comfort. Mr. Green was not an enemy to the United States of America. Wasn't an enemy of this country. Mr. Green wasn't trying to kill these officers. Yes, he resisted. But does resistance afford, grant the officers the legal right to abuse him to the extent that he finds himself on the ground bleeding? They find themselves wiping blood from their hands and their face, and then concluding, I hope this guy ain't got AIDS. There are people who don't want to hear the things that I have to say about invidious discrimination. They don't want to hear it because they don't want to acknowledge that it exists. Not only does it exists more than we know. But for the body cameras, this wouldn't be in the New York Times. It's in the New York Times because there is now evidence, clear and convincing evidence, that it actually occurred. But there are people who don't want to hear a member come to the floor of the House of Representatives and call these things to the attention of the world. We call them to the attention of the world because the world needs to know we have been right for years upon years, decades upon decades, in making known these issues that have been ignored. Now the truth is being revealed. George Floyd, truth was revealed. Mr. Green, Ronald Green, the truth has been revealed. Let's go on. Indicates in this story, the Louisiana State Police said on Wednesday, mind you, this is Wednesday in 2019, May of 2019. Louisiana police said on Wednesday that the investigation into Mr. Green's death remained under review by federal and state authorities. My dear friends, my dear brothers, and my dear sisters, if an animal, let's say a dog, if they had treated a dog the way they treated Mr. Green, a human being, the investigation would be over. The punishment would have been assessed. And I would dare say that they would have received punishment much more severe than what I'm about to read to you. The article states, one of the troopers who was involved in the encounter was temporarily suspended and is back on the force. Some things bear repeating. One of the troopers who was involved in the encounter was temporarily suspended and is back on the force. This is what the state police said. I'm not sure that the Humane Society would have allowed this to go without some additional repercussions, lawful repercussions, I might add, if an animal, a dog, were treated the way Mr. Green was treated. Remember, Mr. Green was pleading, I'm your brother. I'm scared. Begging, I'm sorry, he said. Dear friends, Mr. Green's death was ruled accidental and was attributed to cardiac arrest. How can we allow this to stand? The family commissioned an independent autopsy, found that severe injuries to Mr. Green's head and skull, and several wounds to his face. But the officers concluded his death was accidental. This is my commentary now. His death was accidental and was attributed to cardiac arrest. In the world that I live in, this is called a cover-up. In the world that I live in, this video is the evidence needed, coupled with the time that has lapsed, to substantiate the cover-up. There may be more evidence there may be more evidence that would be of benefit. But my dear friends, for a human being to be treated as Mr. Green was treated, and then have one person temporarily suspended, there may be other things that have occurred. This is a news story. All of the facts may not be in. One person suspended and have it reported that his death was ruled accidental, attributed to cardiac arrest. We must pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. What more do we need? We have George Floyd, his death. We have now Mr. Green. These incidents, as they are called by people who live in polite society, these incidents continue to occur. What more do we need to pass legislation in the Senate of the United States of America, where we have people who have taken an oath to protect? What do we need to pass the legislation that will ban chokeholds? This man was choked. What do we need to pass legislation so that lawsuits can continue, so that they won't be dismissed on grounds that are archaic? May not be insane, but it's inanity. What do we need to end this inanity? What's going on in the Senate? Senate of the United States of America, land of liberty and justice. I say the Pledge of Allegiance for all. I say the Pledge of Allegiance. I love my country, but I don't love what's happening in the United States Senate. It is time for this piece of legislation to receive its day. Ought to be voted on immediately, if not sooner. What's going on in the United States Senate? How can we tolerate this level of inhumanity? What's going on in the United States Senate? At some point on the infinite continuum that we call time, we're all going to have to account for our time. And on that day, the judgment won't be based upon how many millionaires did you try to help because you were a member of Congress and you had the opportunity to pass laws to benefit millionaires and billionaires. That won't be what your judgment is based on. Won't be based on how many full bellies did you try to feed. At some point, we're going to have to account for our actions. At some point, judgment is going to be, how did you treat the least, the last, and the lost among us? Judgment's not going to be, how did you treat the well-off, the well-heeled, and the well-to-do? They always fare well. The judgment is going to be, how did you treat the Greens of the world? How did you treat the Floyds of the world? Senators, I beg you, do not allow rules that benefit the lawlessness that's taking place to prevent you from doing the righteous thing. you have an opportunity to move on this legislation, I beg that you would do so. I'm but one person. I'm sure that there are others who would agree with some of what I've said. But I come to the floor to say this because I want my record to show that when I had a chance to stand up against injustice, I did so. I'm saddened by what happened to Mr. Green, to Mr. Floyd, to Ms. Breonna Taylor, and to the many other names that you don't know. Joe Campos Torres, thrown in a bayou in Houston, Texas, handcuffed. Billy Keith Joyvies, Randall Allen Webster, chased down the freeway, shot. Ida Lee Delaney, shot out on the freeway in Houston. There are many names that you don't know. But if you do the research, you'll find that in each one of those cases, there were concerns related to the way the police handled them. So I've done what I can do today. But if God gives me the strength, I'll be back again and again and again and again. I want my record to show I gave it my best. I tried, and I will continue to try. At this time, I have a colleague who desires time. I'm going to yield to him as much time as he may consume of the time that I have left. Mr. Raskin, the floor is yours, dear brother.
Thank you, Mr. Green. You are not just a passionate representative of the people of Texas's 9th District, you speak for millions and millions of people across the country, and it's been very moving to hear you talk about the problem of police brutality and violence, which threatens our social contract. You know, the whole purpose of the social contract is that we'll be safer inside of it than we'll be outside of it. And yet the social contract's not working for a lot of people in a lot of different parts of the country. So thank you for your passionate leadership on behalf of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, and for having us address this central problem. I appreciate your yielding this time. I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about what's going on in the Middle East. It's been a brutal week for Israeli and Palestinian civilians, as hundreds have been killed in the savage violence that is engulfing the Middle East now. And this week I had the opportunity to meet on Zoom with young Palestinians and Israelis who are part of a group called New Story Leadership, which is a peace-building group that since 2009 has brought Israeli and Palestinian interns to come work on Capitol Hill. And I've had these interns work for me for, I think, 5 or 6 years, really ever since I arrived in the House of Representatives. And they come to work, and they come to interact with each other, and they come to learn about democracy and human rights from America, a country that was conceived with the dream of human rights and equality for everybody, although that was not remotely the reality for a lot of people. But it has been the struggle for human rights and for equality that has defined the American ethos and the American spirit. So I asked these young Israeli and Palestinian former interns for me and for other members of Congress as part of the New Story Leadership Program. I asked them to write to me about what's going on in their lives, because too often, of course, our sense of what's happening in a foreign land is filtered through media, and it's filtered through different kinds of party propaganda. So I wanted to hear directly from them, and I thought I would share with you some of the responses I got, and I want to enter them into the congressional record. Here is one from a Jewish Israeli citizen named Meshi. My name is Meshi. I'm an Israeli American currently living in Tel Aviv. I was born and raised in northern Israel, where my early childhood was spent under rocket fire from Hezbollah. And today, in my late 20s, I'm under rocket fire from Hamas. In the last week or so, I've taken shelter in my building's old stairway. I've run for cover in the street. I saw the lynching of an Arab citizen by a Jewish mob on live TV, and I worried for my brother-in-law that had to leave my sister and their newborn son at home after he was called into reserve duty. Here's one from a Jewish Israeli, Iran. My name is Ron Nissan. I was an intern in Congressman Raskin's office in 2019. I became a peace activist because of my military service, where I served as a combat soldier in the Israeli Special Forces. For 4 years, I was sent to countless missions to all of Israel's borders, Lebanon, Syria, but mainly the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. I experienced combat, I lost friends, and I lost classmates. These past 2 weeks have been the scariest and most depressing time of my entire life. I spent the last week monitoring right-wing groups on social media where terrorist organizations planned and organized lynchings and riots throughout Israel. I did this as part of my digital activism, working with former intelligence officers turned progressive political activists. My neighborhood in Jaffa used to be a beacon of coexistence and cooperation between Jews and Arabs. Now it is a war zone. The sounds of exploding stun grenades from the nearby riots are only disturbed by the sirens sending everyone into the shelters and stairways. This is from Marwa, who is a Palestinian on the West Bank. My name is Marwa Odeh. I am a Palestinian American from Hawara in Area C of the West Bank. I was an intern in Congressman Raskin's office in 2018. This year, a Muslim high holy day became a day of chaos and despair for my family. On the day of Eid, May 13th, my cousin Yeya, who I used to play soccer with in my grandparents' backyard, was shot in the eye with a rubber bullet fired by an Israeli soldier. The rubber bullet tore open his left eyeball, leaving Yeya blind in one eye. After that military action, my mother and my baby sister Jenna traveled to the hospital and were caught in a barrage of tear gas and rubber bullets. Jenna, who was just 5 years old, explained to me the horror and fear that she went through. Quote, I was choking and my eyes were burning. We were just going to see Yeya. We did nothing, she told me in a FaceTime call that night. Here's one from Lou Jane, a Palestinian who lives in East Jerusalem. My name is Lou Jane, and I am a Palestinian living in East Jerusalem in a small village called Bet Hanina, which is surrounded by settlements. One of the most basic human rights is to feel safe and secure. But my family and I cannot feel safe in East Jerusalem. We can't feel safe because settlers under the protection of Israeli soldiers are chanting death to Arabs and attacking Palestinians in my neighborhood. I can't feel safe because an Israeli soldier threw a stun grenade at my father as we walked out of Al-Aqsa Mosque during Ramadan. I can't feel safe walking to the market and even sitting in my own house. During the past few days, I've been telling my sisters and parents to turn off the lights at home so that no one will think we are there. When I traveled to my university a few days ago to get my diploma, I felt like a walking target because I was constantly afraid I would be attacked just because I'm a Palestinian. Here's one from Danny, a Jewish Israeli. My name is Danny, and I'm a Jewish Israeli. I'm engaged to an Israeli combat soldier, and we live in Haifa, which is known as the city of coexistence. In Haifa, I study and work with Arabs and Jews alike. Last week, our city was hit by a wave of violence by citizens against citizens. Violent extremists have roamed the streets, terrorizing people and vandalizing property. Dear American people, I know that you understand how dangerous it is to stay silent when you see discrimination, oppression, and violence. It is simply unsustainable. We need to move past the status quo so that I can marry my fiancé instead of him going to war, only to return to a broken city. Here's Tasneem, who lives in the Gaza. My name is Tasneem, and I am a Palestinian from Gaza. My family and I left Gaza during the 2008 war. Unfortunately, when we moved, my sister was separated from her children, and they stayed in Gaza. Today, my two nieces, Lama and Heba, who are young and dream of traveling the world, still live there in Gaza. Since the airstrikes have started, we've been calling them every single day to check to see if they are still alive. We hear of constant attacks where kids are being buried under the rubble of their own houses along with their dreams. We are constantly afraid that the next time we call them, we will not be able to reach them. The fear and stress that come with trying to connect with my family in Gaza is unimaginable. Mr. Speaker, forgive me. How much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman has 28 minutes remaining.
Okay. I won't be using all of that, about half of it. This is from Baha, a Palestinian from the West Bank. My name is Baha Ebdir, and I am from the occupied village of Beit Natif, but now I live in Beit Jala. This past Ramadan, Israel refused to issue permits for Palestinians to observe prayers at Al-Aqsa Mosque. However, my father was one of the few lucky ones to be issued a permit for a medical appointment he had at the hospital for East Jerusalem. It was not the medical appointment itself that got my father all excited and happy, but the fact that he could use it to observe the holiest night of Ramadan, Laylat al-Qadr, the night of decree, at Al-Aqsa Mosque, where our destiny is determined by God for the whole year. Before he left, my father told us, after all, I have a permit. What could happen? Actually, a lot happened in the 2 days my father spent at Al-Aqsa. As the evening went by, an army of Israeli soldiers began to increase in number. As soon as the imam uttered Allah Akbar, God is the greatest, to start off the holiest night prayer, Israeli soldiers threw gas canisters at worshipers. As a result of the excessive amount of gas my father inhaled, his severe coughing continues until this day, and his eyes are as red as blood. Usually my father never shares his fears with me, but this time he opened up and I listened with awe. With every cough, my father vividly remembers Al-Aqsa Mosque as a war zone where Israeli soldiers shot rubber bullets and threw gas canisters at Palestinians. Hundreds were injured and many of the elderly lost their lives on the holiest night. Here's one from Doron, a Jewish Israeli citizen. My name is Doron, and I'm an Israeli who has lived in Jerusalem for the last decade. Since 2009, I've participated in peaceful protests in the neighborhood of Sheikh Jarrah every week. I was touched to see how during the recent few months, these protests have gained support and momentum in Israel, Palestine, and internationally. Suddenly, activists in the region and around the world demanded justice for the residents of Sheikh Jarrah who've been evicted from their homes. Unfortunately, everything was disrupted by the recent escalation, which was orchestrated to undermine the local movement in Jerusalem before it was able to achieve any gains. Jerusalem is the home of Israelis and Palestinians, and it should be equal and free and safe for all of its inhabitants. Residents of Sheikh Jarrah should not be afraid to be evicted from their homes at any moment. Here's one from Diala, a Palestinian citizen of Israel. My name is Diala, and I am a Palestinian citizen of Israel from Nazareth. During the last few weeks, I have protested alongside many Palestinian women against evictions in the neighborhood of Sheikh Jarrah in Jerusalem. I'm a feminist, and I strongly believe that the struggle for gender equality is deeply connected to this struggle. As the police cracked down on us, a group of peaceful protesters, consisting primarily of women, an Israeli police officer kicked me and pushed me to the ground. As I lay on the ground, he continued to kick me, aiming at my legs and ribs. Throughout my life, I've been told repeatedly that I have full and equal rights as a citizen of Israel. However, this week, I've witnessed the oppressive brutality at play against me and my people. Mr. Speaker, we owe these young people a different future. In Israel and in the West Bank and in Gaza, we owe them a future of peace and justice and prosperity, where rockets are not raining down on the people of Israel or the people in the West Bank or the people in Gaza. We owe them a future where every young person can cultivate his or her own creative talents and dreams for the future. We owe them a future of mutual security for all sides and human rights for all people. Everyone knows that the first casualty of war is the truth. And we want to make sure that the stories that people are living on the ground are not consumed in any kind of party propaganda. I urge my colleagues to listen to the voices of young Israelis and young Palestinians suffering through this brutal cycle of violence and ethnic conflict and systemic injustice. We owe it to them to call openly and loudly on Prime Minister Netanyahu and on Hamas to accept an immediate ceasefire and an end to all violence against civilians. This is the precondition for moving forward to real peace and respect for the human rights of all. I applaud President Biden and his administration's commitment to ending this violence, and I hope that America will again, with the new administration, be able to resume a forward-looking and constructive role in addressing all of the problems that beset the people in Israel and the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And with that, I thank my friend from Texas for yielding this time, and I will yield back to you the remainder of the time.
Thank you for your sage recitation. I did listen, and I'm grateful that you have seen the need to be a friend to persons who are clearly in harm's way. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will they stand? Okay, thanks. All right, speaking with my friend, Congressman Green, and he is my friend. We have differences on issues, but he's a brother. And anyway, it's nice to have friends. And I appreciated my colleague, Mr. Raskin, pointing to the violence in the Middle East. That is a tremendous problem. Going through a new book right now by Os Guinness, Magna Carta of Humanity. And one of the points he makes early on in the book is that Christians should take note when Jews are under attack, when Israel is under attack, Christians are going to be next. And Israel should take note that when Christians are under attack, Israel is going to be next. So it certainly, in my lifetime, what I've seen, when the United States does things helpful to Israel, we seem to be blessed. And when we betray our ally Israel, we don't seem to be blessed. I've looked for a verse like that that says those who betray Israel will be blessed. Hadn't found that one in the Bible. And the Bible, we know, those of us that have looked into the history of the House of Representatives and the Senate, it's the most quoted book in the history of Congress in session on the record. So it is worth looking to things like that. When I said that running for Congress years ago was a calling, I had a reporter ask if I heard voices. And I told the reporter, I wish I heard voices. Life would be so much easier if, I heard an audible voice telling me what to do. But since I don't hear voices under my religious beliefs, you seek wisdom by reading the Bible, by praying, and seeking wise counsel. And that's what some of the leaders of Israel obviously have been doing, but they get put into a box. 4,000 rockets launched at Israel, launched into Israel from the Gaza Strip. And why are there people in the Gaza Strip who would do such thing? Well, it's because Israel, in the hopes of peace, made the unilateral gesture of giving the Gaza Strip, that was a place where there were so many Israelis, Jewish Israelis living there. They had wonderful homes. Many had greenhouses. They could live there. They could provide the food there. And so thinking a unilateral gesture would be recognized as an ultimate effort at true peace, Israel handed over the Gaza Strip to Palestinians, and that's not necessarily the Palestinian homeland, but they handed it over, and it wasn't too long. Most of the greenhouses were destroyed, but tunnels were found, and I think 9 miles of tunnels have recently been destroyed that were being used to smuggle things into Israel itself. But that unilateral effort for peace by Israel has ended up being one of the worst nightmares for Israel. Most days, as I understand it, there are rockets launched. They never know when they're coming. Children live in fear every single day, not knowing if a rocket is going to come their way and kill them. Parents have to have a safe room where when they hear that the siren, hear that bombs are coming, they have to grab their kids and run to the safe room. Some years back when I was over, was having conversation with a mom that lived in Israel, and they had many rockets come their way. The siren went off, and she was in the car. There was no safe room to run to. So her tiny boy, I think he was 5 or 6, she just leaned over and covered him with her body in case the car were hit. It wasn't hit, and when the rocket attack was over, her son was really upset and said, "Mama, please don't ever do that again. If you are going to die from a rocket attack, I want to die with you." That's something the Israelis live with every day. And rockets are far more sophisticated now than they were when the rocket attacks first started. But as I pointed out to Prime Minister Netanyahu before, there's never been a time when Israel gave away land trying to buy peace that land was not used as a staging area from which to attack Israel. That's the way they're rewarded every time they give away land that is under their control. Now, in the Sinai, attacks, they're not launching rockets from there, but President al-Sisi told me that there were probably more guns per person in the Sinai when he took over as president than any other place he was aware of. There were so many weapons once Israel turned that over that it just became a place where there were lots of weapons. There were tunnels into Israel. And so, of course, when there are tunnels that allow people to come into Israel with weapons, with ways to kill Israelis, then the Israelis have to use what's known as self-defense. And as far as our history, I read last year that one of the basic goals of BLM was to destroy Western style families. And I shrugged to myself, Western style families? Those aren't Western style families. That came from Moses. And Moses said it came from God. It wasn't Western civilization style families. It was what Moses said when he said, a man shall leave his father and mother, a woman leave her home, and the two will become one. And then when Jesus was asked about marriage and divorce, he quoted Moses verbatim. A man shall leave his father and mother, a woman leave her home, the two will become one flesh. And then Jesus added a line that Moses had not used, and that is when Jesus said, and what God has joined together, let no one separate or put asunder. And then later, the Apostle Paul quoted Moses and Jesus. So knowing all that, when I hear BLM wants to destroy Western-style families, they're not Western style. They're Mosaic. They're from Moses. They were as confirmed by Jesus. This is the best building block for a society, for a civilization. So naturally, if you're going to take us into, anyone's going to take us into a totalitarian government, Orwellian government, where, I know we don't say Big Brother anymore, so Orwell called it Big Brother, say that, but now, under the current rules of the House, we would say Big Sibling. Big sibling, totalitarian government with a ministry of truth that every day rewrites history to make the government look better. And then, of course, they have the ministry of love, so that if you say anything that's different from what the ministry of truth said you had to say, then you're picked up by the ministry of love and tortured for hours, days, weeks, months, or years until you disclaim what you said about the ministry of truth's inaccuracy. So those are the kind of things that Orwell wrote about in the late 40s. He had been through cancer treatment, so some think that that's what gave him inspiration for the kind of torture that the ministry of love was putting people through. But he went up, as I recall, to Scotland and wrote from friends' home there the book 1984. And as I've said before, the only thing he appears to have gotten wrong was the year. It wasn't 1984. But we're seeing these tactics. We even have people proposing here at the Capitol that we should have a ministry that specifies exactly what truth is, and then anybody that says anything different than truth that the ministry here or the federal agency here puts out, then they should be able to be arrested for a crime going against. I'm going, wow, that's right out of Orwell. I am greatly pleased. Yeah, well, yeah, you can, or I'll hold it for you. I'm delighted. I love Burgess Owen. I'm thrilled that he is a member of Congress, and every day I serve with him, I'm more grateful he's here. And so he's here, and I will absolutely yield whatever time he needs or desires. You want to speak at that? Okay. Okay, great.
Thank you so much, Louis. I appreciate that, my friend. I want to take a minute and honor a great man, a public servant, a Vista High Middle School head custodian, Roger Morgan, from Saratoga Springs, Utah. When COVID-19 disrupted normalcy last year, Roger did what he always does. He anticipated the needs of others and sprang into action. He installed plexiglass and hand sanitizing stations. He stayed late each night to disinfect the entire school. During the summer, he cleaned out air vents to increase filtration. He was proactive and diligent in filing PPE for district, state, and school funds. As shipments arrived, he organized and distributed the supplies. When the state of Utah requested a rapid testing site at Vista Heights, Roger worked overtime to set it up and clean the units every day to help facilitate the accessibility of this testing option. The praise for Roger is overwhelming. He is a team player and represents the 4th District's spirit of service and compassion. Congratulations, Roger, District 4's first hometown hero. Thank you, and I yield back. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mike.
As I've told my friend, where's that big shiny Super Bowl ring? He hadn't let me wear that yet, but anytime he comes to the floor, I would always yield to him and appreciate anything he has to say. Having talked with Prime Minister Netanyahu on multiple occasions, I have very high regard for him. He is just in such a difficult situation, and I don't think there's anybody that characterizes the situations that arise in Israel better than my friend. Hopefully it won't hurt her for me to say she's a friend, but Carolyn Glick, just a wonderful perspective on the things in Israel. And I know they were going through a tough time as far as organizing government. I hope it works out. But Israel needs a strong leader, in my humble opinion, like Prime Minister Netanyahu, because they're under attack. And every time Israel has tried to placate people that hated them, it hasn't worked out well. And in the Gaza Strip, it is controlled by Hamas. And I bet there's a chance, an excellent chance, that money that the United States has sent to Iran, and we know money that the U.S. has sent to the Palestinians, ends up funding schools that teach hate for Jews, that people that name holidays and streets for people that have effectively blown up innocent Israelis. But it is scary here in the United States to hear more and more anti-Jewish, anti-Israeli rhetoric. That does not bode well for the future of the United States. John Adams had some great writings on the importance of the Jewish people and the importance of their existence to civilization. And there's a good chance, if you see people that think the answer to their problems is blowing up innocent people that they hate, they're badly mistaken. And so, coming back around to January 6th, anybody that engaged in violence here on January 6th should be punished. And any such violence should not be minimized. As if I were still a felony judge and people that had engaged in violence on January 6th here came before me, I would have no problem sentencing them. We can't have that kind of conduct. And as I and so many of my friends have said repeatedly, the most effective protest is peaceful protest. Learning from the incredible Christian man, Christian minister named Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The Weather Underground, Bill Ayers' friends, they tried violence. It didn't work. They didn't accomplish anything. Of course, then when they started moving into universities and getting tenure and teaching children to love socialism, they became much more effective than those days when they were blowing things up trying to kill people. But there's so much more to be helped by peaceful protests. Make your voices heard. And just as the president said on January 6th, it needs to be peaceful, but make your voices heard. I would love it if our friends across the aisle had been as condemning of people in Antifa or BLM that engaged in violence, or people that chased my wife and I down the street after the president's speech at the White House last year. I wish people on the other side of the aisle would condemn those things as well. Some of us condemn violence on both sides, no matter who it's supporting. It's wrong and should be. But it turns out it wasn't all violence here at the Capitol. This is an article by Julie Kelly. She's probably done greater research and reporting about January 6th than anybody that I've seen. This article from May 16th says video shows U.S. Capitol Police gave protesters okay to enter. Now, we know that there was some violence here at the Capitol. There was. And of course, it was the Capitol Police that shot Ashley Babbitt, killed her, Navy veteran, but a military veteran. She was unarmed. But we also know that after hearing that it was armed, that these people came ready to shoot members of Congress, that at least for weeks there was no arrest, no charges of anybody in the Capitol for having a firearm. Some apparently used a flag, a couple other things in an aggressive manner, and if they assaulted someone with those, they should be severely punished. But it wasn't an armed as we think of now. Maybe if you were back in the 1500s, you would say they were armed if they had a little baton, like one 18-year-old had that stayed in jail for weeks and weeks and weeks in solitary confinement, 23 hours a day, while people that had burned and looted and killed in other cities, part of Antifa and those protests, even the vice president back then was trying to raise bail money for them to help get them out. Not so. No help for people that were jailed from the January 6th incidents. And as I understand, there have been over 450 people arrested, and many of those, it's been reported, we had many federal agents show up. The folks from a couple from Alaska had their homes ransacked before the federal agents finally accepted the fact that the woman was not the woman they had a picture of who had stolen Speaker Pelosi's laptop. You would think, as sophisticated as law enforcement is now, that our federal agents, FBI, would have been sophisticated enough to know whether somebody in the picture was the person whose house they were ransacking. But then again, FBI is the only law enforcement entity I'm aware of that still doesn't like to have any video of statements made by potential defendants. They prefer to write their own version of what the defendant or a target says so that they're not contradicted by having audio or videotape somewhere. But in any event, Julie Kelly's article says, newly obtained video shows United States Capitol Police officers speaking with several January 6 protesters, including Jacob Chansley, the so-called Q shaman, inside the Capitol that afternoon. One officer identified in the video and confirmed by charging documents as Officer Keith Robichaud appears to tell Chansley's group that they won't stop them from entering the building. Quote, "We're not against. You need to show us," or no attacking, no assault, remain calm, Robichaud warns. Then Chansley and another protest instruct the crowd to act peacefully. This has to be peaceful, Chansley yelled. We have the right to peacefully assemble. The video directly contradicts what government prosecutors allege in a complaint filed January 8 against Chansley. In the complaint, and this is a quote, Robichaud and other officers calmed the protesters somewhat and directed them to leave the area from the same way they had entered. Chansley approached Officer Robichaud and screamed, among other things, that this was their house and that they were there to take the Capitol and to get congressional leaders. Well, that's not on the video. And then when you see that you have feds that have made these allegations in writing and actually signed their name to them, well, that kind of gives us an indication why they don't want the 14,000 hours of video that would show everything that happened here at the Capitol. They don't want them released. They're fighting against releasing them. They don't want people to see them, which is a bit unusual because in the United States, you know, one of the points of the revolution was to have an open government where you didn't have secret prosecutions and secret evidence like the Soviet Union would use, like Kafka talked about in his book, The Trial. And yet, often these days, you'll have a SWAT team of federal agents swarm and arrest people. Like we had a hearing some years back. My friend Bobby Scott, Democrat from Virginia, and I were both very concerned about the civil rights. And we didn't know what political party, if any, that these people that were being abused claimed, but we knew they were being abused regardless of race, creed, color. They were being abused, and the federal process was being abused. And that has gone on in Democrat, Republican administrations. It ought to be a concern to everybody. And so secrecy surrounding January 6th just should not exist. There's no reason for it. Let everyone see exactly what happened. Don't try to hide the facts. Don't pull an FBI and only give us a written account of your interpretation of what was said and done. Let us see the video. And don't edit it. Let us see the video. Quit trying to hide the 14,000 hours of videotape. Who are you trying to hide? Why are you trying to hide it? Well, this story gives an indication, perhaps, why these things would be hidden. And yes, I'm extremely conservative, but it doesn't matter who is being abused by abusive law officers. Truth and justice need to rule out. And this raises great concerns. So we're not under the rules of the House. We're not allowed to run videotape or audio tape. So the best we could do is have blow-ups. This is Mr. Watson. Doesn't look a whole lot like me, but Mr. Watson had said the police here are willing to work with us and cooperate peacefully like our First Amendment allows. And the video reveals Officer Robichaud, and he's saying, we're not against you. You need to show us, do you understand, no attacking, no assault, remain calm. And then you have Mr. Watson, who comes back and he turns to the group there and says, we're not going to assault. We're going to be heard. Everybody, this must be peaceful. So there were people engaging in violence for which they need to be punished, and there were people who were trying to engage peacefully. And that was most of the tens of thousands who were outside the Capitol, that didn't come into the Capitol, that had been down for the president's speech at the other end of Constitution or Pennsylvania Avenue, that didn't even have time to get up here to the Capitol before some folks entered the Capitol. So there is a lot that needs to be learned, and I hope that we will have friends on the other side of the aisle who will join us in demanding the release of the 14,000 hours of videotape. There's a story from Fox News. Politico reporter falsely suggests U.S. Capitol Police condemned GOP lawmakers for opposing January 6th commission. That was an anonymous letter. We don't know if it was more than one, who it was. Were they all Capitol Police? Was there more than one? We don't know, because it was anonymous. And then the Capitol Police came out and said, we're not taking a position in this whatsoever. Now, the Mr. Watson, New York Post reported, and this is Elizabeth Elizalde, she reported back January 13th that Mr. Watson was out on bond for trafficking marijuana and LSD at the time he traveled to Washington, D.C. He'd been out on a $103,000 bond in a drug trafficking case. Well, that's not somebody that should have been leading a protest here in Washington, but yet here he was, and even then, he did not want to engage in any violence. But then I ran across this story from May 7th, and I'd not seen this story until this week. I somehow missed it. The lamestream media did not appear to be reporting it. This is from the Orlando Sentinel, and it's an AP story, so I don't know why more places didn't get the story out there. But it's from Tallahassee. A Florida man was convicted Thursday of trying to organize an armed response to supporters of former President Donald Trump for an expected gathering at the state capitol in January ahead of Joe Biden's presidential inauguration. Daniel Allen Baker, 33, of Tallahassee, was convicted of 2 counts of transmitting a communication in interstate commerce containing a threat to kidnap or injure another person. Baker used social media to recruit people in a plot to create a circle around protesters and trap them in the Capitol, according to the FBI. Court documents describe what it said were a series of threats of violence made by Baker, along with a prediction of civil war. Baker was described as anti-Trump, anti-government, anti-white supremacist, anti-police. So anyway, that's interesting story. I didn't see played up by the media too big. So this is an important story, and it does need to be addressed. Unfortunately, when we talk about rules violations, turns out that June 22nd of 2016, when Republicans in the majority were prevented from having an official proceeding, I didn't realize back then, I knew it violated all kinds of House rules, but when Democrat members of Congress took over, and I know one of the Democratic members grabbed the microphone, would not let a Republican have it right over here. And anyway, we were prevented from having an official session of Congress, and they held the floor, sit-in down here for over 24 hours. And turns out a charge that's being leveled at some of the people, including people that were peacefully here, like some of those in Watson's group that actually were here peacefully. They're being charged with impeding an official proceeding under 18 U.S.C. 1512. And I didn't realize, but when that was signed into law before I got here back in 2002, it carried a 20-year potential sentence for impeding an official proceeding. And it says corruptly, which in the definition in the statute means with intent to actually keep the official proceeding from happening. And so it seems that it appears there were many violations of that criminal law back then. And I am not suggesting, probably limitations has run out, and I'm not suggesting we go back and arrest people for violating that law back 2016, but I am suggesting that when people violate the law that are in Congress, not just rules, but actually violate criminal laws, I would hope they would be a little less condemning of others for violating the same law that they did. Hopefully, we'll see a little more bipartisan work, but we had friends across the aisle saying that, gee, the 9/11 Commission was completely bipartisan. Both sides worked together well, wanted to get to the bottom of it, but it was clear the way the January 6th Commission was being set up, where Democrats pick all of the staff, that this is not going to be a fair situation. It's not going to work out like the 9/11 Commission, because this is a different time. I never thought I would see it times like this when we really do have different goals. Some in this body will condemn Israel for defending themselves like they have, and not say a word one about the rockets, 4,000 rockets that have flown and killed innocent Israelis. And I know there are people in the United States that say there's no such thing as an innocent Israeli. We need to wipe them all out. We need to kill every one of them, and it should be free. The area from the river to the sea should be free of Jews. That gets really scary when people in America say that, feel that, because that really falls right into the same type of things that were being said in the 1930s in Europe. And we know what that led to. We need to as Barney Fife used to say, that needs to be nipped in the bud. It needs to be stopped. It's getting dangerous, not just for this country even, but for all of civilization. There are people that want anarchy, including Antifa. There are people within Antifa, that's what they want. And then there are people that are Marxist socialists in BLM. Their ultimate goal is to create a Marxist government, which is interesting because Marx was so wrong about so much. He just missed it. He totally missed the idea that you could have a middle class that would be the real strength in a country as it has been in the United States. And so he thought it was going to be a class revolution, that the workers of the world would unite and rebel against that small, thin veneer of a ruling class. He didn't foresee that the real rulers would be the middle class. But as this country has progressed, we have seen billionaires arise who think they're above the law, who think that, gee, if we move into a totalitarian government, they will be part of that thin veneer of a ruling class. Unfortunately, though they're brilliant in business, creating monopolies and making billions of dollars, even though some don't even pay their workers enough that they can avoid food stamps, but they don't know enough about history. They don't know enough about Marxist movements. Because, sure, people that want a totalitarian Marxist socialist system, they're glad to have that money, $500 million to help in the Democrat effort to win the last election by just one of those oligarchs. Glad to have that money, but history tells us that if the Marxists take over, the first thing they do is take all that money. You think Bernie Sanders is kidding about his disgust at billionaires? No, they'll take your money, they'll use it to win, and then after they win, they'll take your money and you either go to a gulag or you're put to death. But they're not going to leave billionaires around to manage things. They'll take your money and you will go the way as so many Soviets did. I hope that they wake up in time to realize. But Marx was so wrong. Why are people following? He was proven wrong in the Soviet Union, proven wrong in Venezuela. And then along come Gramsci back in the 1940s. He was put in Italian jail. But he figured out, okay, Marx had it wrong. We can't get our revolution and overthrow democratic republic like here in the United States by having the middle class unite and overthrow the most wealthy. The only way to get it done in a place like that is not workers of the world unite, but it's to go into institutions and create an institutional war where you take over institutions, you pit institution against institution, you go to war against the culture. And that's what we're seeing in America. That's what is being utilized. Things like the family, no matter how many studies repeatedly show that the best odds for a child to be very successful come from a two-parent family and a well-grounded family. That's it. That's the best chance to succeed in life. Now, thank God there are so many of the most important people in the history of the United States who've come from single mom families, single parent families. But the odds are best if it's a traditional family like Moses and Jesus and the Apostle Paul talked about. And I'll never forget a murder trial over which I presided as judge of the leader of a gang, and he didn't testify on the merits of the case. He was charged with murdered a Hispanic friend. But he thought that this guy had ratted him out to the police. And so he was convicted of killing this guy. And as people testified during the trial on the merits, guilt, innocence, they were disparaging his gang and the gang members and the violence in which they were engaged. And so once he was convicted, his attorney smartly, wisely advised his client not to testify on sentencing, because once you start testifying, as I warned him, outside the presence of the jury, you waive your right to remain silent. And so then at that point, once you waive a right to remain silent, you are subject to cross-examination. You do have to answer the questions that are relevant material. And if you don't, you can be put in jail and kept in jail for not answering those questions. And he understood all of that, and he went against the advice of his attorney. And the reason was, he explained, the reason he had to get up there and testify is he sat through the whole trial hearing people talk badly about his gang members. And it was an emotional thing to him. And he told us, everybody in the courtroom, that he was sick of hearing the gang members being called names, being accused of things. And he said, they're the only family I've ever had. They're my family. He didn't have a father that he knew of. His mother was working and she was gone much of the time. And as he said, that gang was his family. And I was thinking, that's what happens when you have a war on poverty that starts by bribing families to get the father out of the home. Now, I know that was not the intent. The intent was to help single moms. But the effect of the federal government paying people to not have fathers in the home, going back to the mid-'60s, has changed this society, has eliminated fathers from the lives of children, and has prevented many from getting the education that was once so highly sought in America. When my youngest daughter was going into high school, one of the high school leaders, employees there, indicated that about 40% of her class would not graduate, would drop out of school. I couldn't believe those numbers. 40% in Tyler, Texas will not likely graduate. They'll drop out of school. You can't maintain an advanced society when 40% of a generation are not learning to read and write, and they're not finishing even a secondary education. You can't maintain a society like that. We're doomed unless we get that turned around. And that's still the case. That if we don't get this turned around where they get a better education, and people that say, well, more federal government is the answer. Well, it hadn't been. You know, back when the states and local government were totally in charge of the education of students through high school, we had a higher percentage graduating back then. They were doing better on tests back then. I remember in the early 90s, I believe that's when it was, that there was a report that SAT scores had been getting lower than they were back in the 70s when I took the SAT. And that, so they had made an adjustment in the scoring of the SAT so that the scores appeared to be better. So back then I asked the president at Texas A&M when I was down there on the board of directors of the former Student Association, I said, yeah, hey, when they adjusted the scoring of the SAT, what did that do? And he said, well, it was a formula, so you can't say it just added a specific number of points, but on average it probably added 200 points or so to the current takers of the SAT's scores. Also, that it wouldn't look so bad since the federal government basically started telling states and local governments what to do about education. So apparently we were doing better back in the late 60s and 70s on our SATs until the federal government got more involved. We were doing better on our SATs until President Carter created a Department of Education. When I took it, did very well. It got me into the honors program at A&M, and I'm sure that shocks people that think I'm the dumbest guy in Congress. But yeah, part of the honors program, and that was really nice. You know, about 150 of with the best scores on the SAT of a class of about 3,500, I think we were. But how in the world do students not get as educated after we create a federal Department of Education that starts dictating what students have to do to be educated? Sounds like maybe we need to get back to the 10th Amendment observation that those powers not specifically enumerated in the Constitution are reserved to the states and people. It seemed like perhaps the best education control is local control, where the parents can be more hands-on. But I understand when at the same time the federal government is paying to have only a single parent and not paying for two parents to be in the home, that the studies were right. It helps to have a two-parent home and to increase the odds of success for the children. We're having a hearing that I left. I'd finished my part in the hearing, came over here, but it's on, guns and discussions about, mass gun shootings that break your heart. Innocent people. And there seem to be so many more now. But if you're going to have weather underground people in universities teaching that there is no right, there is no wrong, it's all relative. If you're going to have people teaching there is no God, there's no ultimate source of right and wrong and justice. If you're going to be teaching that, then you're going to have what our founders would have called an immoral and an irreligious people. But as John Adams said, he was a fan of the Constitution, although there were lots of bitter fights. And back in those days, they could yell, they could fuss, they could do like we do. And I fussed at friends across the aisle, and I really like them. Just think they're wrong on some things. And it doesn't keep me from liking them that we disagree. But, as he said, this Constitution was intended for a moral and religious people. It's wholly inadequate for the government of any other. And he's right. And we have a Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. And it's not to be infringed upon by the federal government or the state government. But the problem is, when we quit teaching about right and wrong, when we started preventing the greatest, most purchased book in the history of the world, the Bible, from being utilized in schools, well, it created a vacuum, it created a void, and that was filled by people who were a bit hedonistic and began teaching that there's no ultimate right or wrong. C.S. Lewis talked about that, he was proud to be an atheist, or you could say agnostic. He just didn't believe there's any way to determine that there really was a God. And he used to like to goad people who would say they were Christians. Well, tell me, if there is a good God, how could there be so much injustice in the world? And no matter what they said, especially these debates he'd have with other Oxford professors or students, when they would try to explain why there was a good God, even though there was so much injustice, he would come back and say, yes, that's all well and good, but wouldn't it be easier just to say, there is no such thing as a good God? One day he realized, how could he possibly say there was injustice in the world if there was not somewhere some absolute source of right and wrong, justice and injustice. Because as he said, it would be like a man blind from birth trying to describe light. You can't describe justice if there isn't an ultimate source of fairness and justice, and that ultimate source put a little of that in every heart. Some develop calluses, kind of like the olfactory. You know, I've read that that's supposed to be the most sensitive sense, best memory of any of our senses. So that, and I think Mr. Science, somebody was explaining one day on television, the olfactory nerves are a bit like a cup. Those cells, they fill up with the smell, and it's like filling up a cup with water. Once it fills up, you can't detect that there's more water out there because it's full. The olfactory, once it's full of a smell, it quits detecting the smell is there. And the same way, when we are around evil or wrongdoing long enough, I saw it as a judge many times. Mothers would say, hey, don't hang around with those people, they're bad news. And they'd hang around with them, and when I'd sentence them, they'd say, my mother said I shouldn't be hanging out with these guys. I did, and it ruined my life. Well, you hang around with evil long enough, you quit noticing the good. And that's happened for too many people. They didn't have families, they didn't have churches and institutions that they were part of that taught them there is a right and wrong. And once C.S. Lewis realized there has to be some source of absolute right and wrong, then he realized there has to be a God, and then he went from there to becoming a Christian. But there is, as he said, just because there are different degrees of recognition and appreciation for justice doesn't mean that there isn't an absolute source of justice. He says, like music, some people come closer to hitting the right note than others. Doesn't mean the music doesn't exist. But in this country, we had that as a solid basis. And our founding was not about 1619 or 1620. The Pilgrims didn't come over because of slavery. They came over for freedom of religion as a place where Christians would not be persecuted. And despite, different denominations battling and interdenomination battles, people for most of our history have not been persecuted for being Christians. And until recently, we didn't see a lot of anti-Semitism in the United States, but it's growing. And as my friend Brad Sherman is pointing out, it is alarming to see the anti-Semitism growing in violence as the event out in California. So I hope we can come back to a place that people who may have violated the impeding an official proceeding, as happened January 22nd, 2016, will be a little more understanding of people engaged in peaceful protest who didn't and wouldn't engage in violence. We'll agree on the violence. They need to be punished. But I hope that we can work together to advance this country to the point where there is fairness and there is justice, and we're not going to discriminate against people because of the color of the skin. We will be a colorblind society. He had a dream, and people are turning it into a nightmare. Let's get back to Dr. King's dream and make it happen so that he can be the luminary that God intended him to be. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4 of 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, is this one on? Yes. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the two-track justice system here in the United States. If you're part of the Democrat-sponsored Democrat terrorist organizations BLM and Antifa, you can burn down American cities for an entire year, get bailed out of jail, and face no investigation or commission from Congress. Meanwhile, if you're a Trump supporter who happened to be at the Capitol on January 6th, you face exorbitant bail, solitary confinement, abusive jail guards, and no due process. This is an outrage. Just today, just this week, Congress told all of the American citizens that Congress cares more about Congress than the American people. After all, we have witnessed American cities all over our country be victims to violent riots by domestic terrorists all over this country. The people have endured this. Businesses have been destroyed. Violence has happened. Police officers, night after night, have been abused, have had to endure these violence, riots, attacks, on and on. But yet this institution has been focused on itself and focused on investigating January 6th, even though there are many investigations already happening here through the Senate and the House committees. There have already been over 445 people arrested from January 6th. There are also more than 100 to be arrested soon. There is justice happening for the riot here at the Capitol on January 6th. Republicans and Democrats together are against the violence and the riot that happened here in the Capitol on January 6th. But the problem lies with this. Republicans and Democrats are not together on the violence that's happened to the people all over this country throughout the past year. And that's why Congress is only concerned with itself and not about the American people. Rioters did a horrific and jaw-dropping amount of damage to cities across America. During 2020, there was up to $2 billion in damage due to the riots that swept the nation, the most expensive in insurance history. By the way, that's not a $2 billion bailout fund coming from the government. That's not a taxpayer-funded check. That's private money. That's private money that insurance companies are having to pay because domestic terrorists rioted. The damage done to federal buildings has been incredibly costly. BLM rioters in Nashville set a federal courthouse on fire. The destruction is estimated to have cost $1.2 million in damages. This is a federal courthouse. Why were those involved attacking and setting fire to this federal courthouse not called insurrectionists? It's a question that needs to be asked. Rioters in Portland destroyed barriers and attempted to burn down government buildings, causing $1.6 million in damage to the federal courthouse downtown. See? Why is this not called an insurrection? And again, why is Congress not concerned with creating a commission for this type of damage and the people that caused this attack? In Guilford County, North Carolina, a courthouse was broken into and set on fire, resulting in roughly $200,000 in damages. Again, it's a courthouse. Why is that not called an insurrection? And there's not a government bailout and a commission in place to investigate these things. Los Angeles, Oakland, Louisville, and Dakota City also had damage to federal buildings. These cities are not being named. Members of Congress are not demanding a commission to investigate the damages happening to the federal buildings in these cities. No one is being called insurrectionist for the damage that is done to these federal buildings. As a matter of fact, most of the time, if you watch the news, they're called peaceful protesters. These are not peaceful protests. These are violent domestic acts of terror. And this is exactly how they should be viewed, and this is how they should be handled. The looting, burning, and destruction across America has cost cities millions and millions of dollars. Riots caused an estimated $55 million in damages in Minneapolis alone. Minneapolis city officials estimate 700 buildings were damaged, burned, or destroyed, including, in one estimation, 360 local businesses. But I have an article right here. That contains a list of 1,500 businesses that were damaged or destroyed. 1,500 businesses. By the way, it's these businesses and these business owners that pay the taxes that fund everything that we do here. These people should matter. Their businesses should matter. Why is there not a commission investigating this? Why doesn't Congress care about these people and their businesses? Rioters in Portland set up an autonomous zone and ultimately cost the city $2.3 million in damages. An autonomous zone? What is an autonomous zone? And how can people take over part of a city, an American city, and say that it is theirs and that they control it and that no government authority can come in and enforce law and order in this part of the city? But yet this is what happened with peaceful protesters in Portland. They created an autonomous zone, costing the taxpayers of Portland $2.3 million in damages. Again, that was not a bailout fund. Those are people's actual dollars, private citizens' dollars. Riots in New York are estimated to have cost the city $115 million. One Friday night alone cost the city $100,000 and resulted in the arrest of 150 rioters. That was just in one night. The arrest of 150 rioters. It's unbelievable. Riots in Salt Lake City cost at least $100,000 in damages. Riots in Wichita, Kansas cost the police department nearly $1.5 million in overtime because they had to work. They had to show up for another shift when they were exhausted from working the shift before. So they had to be paid overtime because they were overrun with rioters. Riots in Denver cost the city at least $5.5 million in damages and overtime. This is unbelievable when there are Antifa BLM rioters, domestic terrorists, causing so much violence and damage in a city that these cities and police departments are having to call their police officers back in after working their shift, their long hours. No, I'm sorry, you can't go home to your family. I'm sorry, you can't go home and do things that you need to do in your regular life. We need you to come in. We need you to come back and work overtime because our city is overrun with violence. But yet here, the United States Congress, the 117th Congress, has no interest in launching a commission to investigate, to stop these incredibly organized and well-funded organizations of terror across the American cities and the country that is causing private citizens, businesses, insurance companies, cities, counties, and states so much money that all comes from American citizens and taxpayers. You know, money is not created right here in Congress. This is not a facility, this is not an institution that creates revenue. The only revenue that Congress operates on is the American people's tax dollars that they have to pay right here to the federal government. Congress needs to learn to put the people first and not itself. Riots in Baltimore cost the city an estimated $26 million. Again, taxpayer dollars, private citizens' dollars. Riots in Kansas City resulted in $2.1 million in damages, mostly over the course of just one weekend. That's some kind of party, isn't it? Where Antifa and BLM terrorists can go out and just riot in violence and rage in one weekend, costing a city $2.1 million. Rioters in Kenosha, Wisconsin, injured police officers set off fireworks near the police and courthouse and set at least 2 city trucks on fire. Altogether, the destruction cost the cities $50 million. Does anyone understand what $50 million is? That's an exorbitant amount of money in damages for people that were angry and think that it's okay to riot and destroy other people's property, other people's businesses, and tear down a community. There's no excuse for that. Here we have California closed down all of its state's buildings in downtown areas, saying staff should not report to work for any reason. That sounds like some kind of third world country where you have California closing down all of its state buildings in downtown areas, saying that your staff should not report to work for any reason. Why? Because it's too dangerous for you? But yet this Congress is so concerned with spending an unknown amount of money on a January 6th commission when there's already multiple investigations underway. There's already been 445 arrests already made, 100 more to take place. But yet this Congress is not concerned about all of the violence and the organizations that caused all of this, to the point where California has to say, don't come to work, it's dangerous. Look at this. It's unreal. This is our country. The police officers who defend Americans paid a great price as well, just like the Capitol police officers here in the Capitol did. The police officers all over the country in American cities, it didn't just happen to them on one day for part of the day. It happened to them night after night, day after day, continuously. In some cities, for a short time, weeks, but in some cities, months and months, and it still continues. The Major Cities Chiefs Association found that between May 25th and July 31st, there were 8,700 protests nationwide. 8,700. How many was there on January 6th? 1. Nearly 600 of those protests were declared riots with violence and criminal acts, and 2,385 looting incidents were reported. 600 of them were declared violent riots. 2,385 looting incidences. Again, how many times did that happen here at the Capitol? We'll go with 1 riot. But this Congress is more interested in spending an unknown amount of money to investigate 1 riot here, because this Congress seems to only care about itself and not the American people. 3/4 of law enforcement agencies reported officers harmed during the protest. 3/4, guys, 3/4 of law enforcement agencies. Why don't we hear about them over and over on the news? Does no one care about those police officers' lives? Apparently not. This Congress obviously doesn't. More than 624 arsons were reported and at least 97 police vehicles were burned. That cost a lot of money. Again, do you know whose money that is? The taxpayers' dollars that did nothing wrong to deserve these riots in their cities, and the police officers that did a good job and do a good job every day don't deserve it either, just because of the actions of a few bad apples. The MCAA reported that over 2,000 law enforcement officers were injured in these 9 weeks alone. This is why I introduced H.R. 2446 to award police all over the country who defended American cities. They deserve medals. They deserve medals because no one is acknowledging what they have gone through night after night, day after day, with what CNN calls peaceful protest. I don't think so. Meanwhile, BLM and Antifa domestic terrorists are bailed out and supported by our now Vice President Kamala Harris. George Floyd died on May 25th in Minneapolis, Minnesota. As you see here, on June 1st, we have then Senator Kamala Harris and then Vice Presidential candidate for the United States tweeting a link to the Minnesota Freedom Fund, encouraging people, if you're able, chip in now. Chip in now. Spend some more money to the Minnesota Freedom Fund to help post bail for those protesting on the ground in Minnesota. But yet we know what was going on. These were not protests. These were violent riots. I'm sorry, you can't stand in front of a city on fire and people fighting and say, it's a protest, it's a riot, and it's not peaceful. In fact, Kamala Harris and, unfortunately, my own colleague from Minneapolis, Ilhan Omar, have shared links to the Minnesota Freedom Fund with their millions of Twitter followers. And you know what? It raised a lot of money for the Minnesota Freedom Fund. In August, the Minnesota Freedom Fund reported that it had raised $35 million in donations. Yes, when the Democrat candidate for the Vice President of the United States says donate to the Minnesota Freedom Fund, people donated. When the Congresswoman from Minneapolis, Minnesota, shared on her Twitter to millions of followers and said, pointed down, meaning follow suit, donate, guess what? They raised $35 million. And guess what happened from that? As a result of all the money raised by then Senator Kamala Harris and then the Democrat Vice President candidate of the United States, now our current Vice President, and current Congresswoman from Minneapolis, Minnesota, 184 domestic terrorist criminals that rioted, 184 of them were bailed out from the Minnesota Freedom Fund. The criminals they helped bail out include a woman who shot at the SWAT team, another woman who was accused of killing her own friend, and a convicted rapist. That's just a few of the people that were bailed out with the money raised directly for the Minnesota Freedom Fund by then Senator Kamala Harris and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, shared on their own Twitter pages. Can you imagine if a Republican Congresswoman or Congressman or a Republican senator or a Republican president shared a bail bond link and said bail out the protesters from January 6th? Can you imagine the result of that? It would be unreal. There has been no lashback. There has been no consequences. There has been no action taken from this irresponsibility, supporting domestic terrorists who are responsible for violence, crime, and costing the innocent American people an exorbitant amount of money, stress, ruining communities, ruining people's livelihoods, and tearing apart our country. No accountability whatsoever. The criminals, these Democrat lawmakers have also voted for defunding police departments across the country. So while they also raise money for domestic terrorists committing crimes to be bailed out of jail, at the same time, they legislate and vote to defund police. H.R. 1280 that they voted for and passed removed qualified immunity. That means police officers can be sued if someone is upset with them for their actions on the job. Police officers don't make a lot of money. They can't afford big attorney bills. It will ruin them. Just because someone may get their feelings hurt because they got arrested. H.R. 1280 also will allow police officers to be put on a list. That means whether it is proven or unproven, someone can accuse a police officer of doing some sort of wrong, and their name and information gets put on a public list that the Department of Justice will manage on a website that's open to anyone that wants to look it up. Founded or unfounded, their actions, no matter it's true or not, their name goes on this list and what they're being accused of. This is what these people voted for to do to police officers and remove a lot of their funding. After the LAPD was defunded by $150 million, Vice President Harris said, "I applaud Eric Garcetti for doing what he's done." As a result of the funding cuts, the LAPD dissolved its sexual assault unit. Defunding the LAPD where they have to get rid of the sexual assault unit? That's unbelievable. That means women, children, any victim of sexual assault, I'm sorry, there's not a unit there anymore to help them because they've been defunded. As a result of this defunding, that Vice President Harris applauds Eric Garcetti for doing what he's done, there has been a 73% spike in shootings in LA. 73%. When you defund the police, ladies and gentlemen, there's direct consequences. That means crime goes up. There's also been a 200% higher murder rate than last year at the same time. 200%. If you don't fund law enforcement, you're funding criminals. And clearly, we can see this is what some of these Democrat lawmakers have done. They have clearly funded criminals and defunded the police. Back to Minneapolis and the riots there. Notice that this date, 11/4/20, that's not too long ago. Encouraging donations. See, there's no excuse for that. November 4th, 2020. By that date, we had seen plenty of violence and damage all over the streets. There was no way to call those riots peaceful protest. We know exactly what they are. Domestic acts of terror. In Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's district, 700 buildings were damaged, burned, or destroyed. Who owns those buildings? Mostly private citizens. 1,500 businesses. Here's the list. It's reported from the Star Tribune from Minneapolis for the Twin Cities. 1,500 privately owned businesses, heavily damaged, 2 destroyed, mostly completely destroyed. So the problem with Congress is Congress does not get up early every single day, go into its business, and have to earn the money that keeps it going. Congress does not have to work so hard, lose sleep at night to figure out how to earn the money to keep the doors open to their business. Congress does not have to lose sleep at night when things get rough, like when the government shuts down the economy because of a Chinese virus and tells businesses that they cannot keep their doors open and sell their goods and services, that they cannot earn a living. You see, Congress doesn't understand how hard it is to figure out how to keep paying your employees when that happens to you. And Congress doesn't understand or seem to care about doing a commission for the people that pay the taxes to keep the lights on in this building, to care about them and why they were violently attacked. No, Congress only cares about itself and why it was attacked on January 6th, even though there's multiple investigations going on, even though there's been 445 people arrested and 100 people more arrested, and justice should be served for those that committed violence here at the Capitol on January 6th, but Congress doesn't care about the American people that have suffered this entire year, and it's despicable. The human cost of a year of riots and violence is 25 American lives lost. That's been estimated. 25 Americans are dead as a direct result of BLM and Antifa terrorism that swept our nation. I'll go ahead and tell you about one. This little girl, her name is Secoria Turner. Secoria Turner was killed at a Wendy's in Atlanta because there were riots going on. Secoria Turner's mother was pulling in the Wendy's, turning around, trying to go the right way, when gunshots were fired that took Secoria Turner's life. She was 8 years old. This little girl was 8 years old and was murdered during a riot. There's not a commission being launched in here for her life. There's also not a commission being launched for the life of David Dorn, a great man, a retired police officer who was murdered during domestic terrorist BLM riots. Why does Congress not care about David Dorn? Why does Congress not care about Secoria Turner? Despite all of this damage, there is no investigation into domestic terrorism from Congress. We have no commission launched to investigate the funding of Antifa. There's no investigation into the funding of BLM. There is no commission set forward for the past year of violent riots. But all they care about is a commission for the one riot here on January 6th. The accused on January 6th they've been abused behind bars. They've been denied due process rights. They are still being held in jail. Michael Sherwin, an attorney for D.C., bragged that they had rounded up 400 people who participated in the breach of the Capitol on January 6th. He said he wanted to charge as many people as possible. What kind of justice system do we have if officials are eager to charge as many people as possible, but they don't care about Antifa domestic terrorists, and they don't care about the people in those riots? The Biden administration has taken investigators who typically work on cases involving drug trafficking, child pornography, and assigned them to calling relatives and even ex-girlfriends of the January 6th accused in an attempt to find them guilty. Please put them back on drug trafficking and child pornography. These departments are being defunded anyways. One person accused faces 7 years in prison for walking through the open doors of the Capitol, taking photos in the hallway, and leaving without doing any harm. Even the mainstream media outlets have reported on D.C. jail guards cruelly beating Trump supporters. One man was beaten so badly he has a skull fracture and is now blind in one eye. You don't hardly hear anything about that on the news. Months after January 6th, men and women are still being held in jail, and they haven't seen their day in court. Justice should be served for January 6th, But this Congress needs to care about the people of the United States who have not seen justice for the riots of the past year. This Congress is failing the American people. Not only are we a nation nearly in $30 trillion in debt, but we have a Congress that could care less about law and order in the United States. I yield the remainder of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personal attacks towards the Vice President pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 1888. The House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.